Hi, welcome back. Certainly glad you could join us today. Thought today we'd just do a fantastic little painting that I believe you'll really enjoy. So let's start out and have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with us. While they're doing that, let me show you what I got up here. I have my standard old double prime pre-stretched canvas, and today I've taken a little piece of contact paper and just cut an oval out of it, and then we've covered the whole inside of the oval with a thin, even coat of liquid white. So the canvas is all wet and it's ready to go. So tell you what, let's just have some fun today. Today I think I'll start, let's use a little 1-inch brush. I'm going to take just the smallest amount of cad yellow. Very, very small amount of cadmium yellow. We don't need much today. I think today we'll do the little seascape that you see at the beginning of the show. And I'll show you how that was made. And this will not be an exact duplicate of that, but it'll be very close. Okay, and we'll just take a little 1-inch brush and just make sort of a little yellow circle right there, right there. Without cleaning the brush, I'll pick up a least little touch of the yellow ochre. And we're really applying very little color here. There, there's not a great deal of color on the canvas. Something, about like that, that's fine. It doesn't matter, doesn't matter. There we go. Now then, let me wash the old brush. Okay, and we just wash our brush with odorless paint thinner. Since these are oil paints, that's what we use. There we go. Now then, let's mix up a little color here. I'm going to take some white and a little phthalo green mixed together. Now phthalo green is it's sort of an emerald green. It's a gorgeous color. Very strong though. Okay, let me wipe off the old knife. Be very careful with it. You need that much. And we'll put a little of that right on the old 1-inch brush. And I'm going to go right out here, right around that, and just drop in a little bit of that, like so. I've got a lot of letters when people are asking for just a very simple little seascape that's quite effective, and this is the one that I've designed. I think you'll enjoy it. Now then, same color, except I'm going to add a little bit of the midnight black. So I have phthalo green, a little white, and midnight black. Just want to dull it down a little bit. Okay, and we'll go right around here with that. What we're trying to achieve here is the illusion that it gets progressively darker as it goes out away from the sun. There. Now then, same color. So we have phthalo green, white, black, and now I'm going to add a little bit of phthalo blue, just to change the flavor and make it a little darker. Okay. And we'll just fill up the rest of the sky with that. That easy. And we have a basic idea. Maybe our water line will be right along here somewhere. At this point, we're not really concerned. We'll worry about that later. Right now, we're just applying some color to the canvas. There. See, we already have a masterpiece for the Museum of Modern Art right there. We could stop. All right, I just like to wash the brush. Okay. Now then, let's begin blending. But today I'm going to blend a little bit different. Normally I just do a little crisscross. Today I'm going to touch and push. Just touch it and push. I want to make this look like there's little rays of light coming out from here without actually having rays of light. I just want to give that impression. So just by doing this is the way that we'll blend it. There. And I'm going to turn the brush over occasionally so that I get a little bit of that color in here. All right. And the least little bit of titanium white right on that same brush. And begin tapping. There. Just like so. That's all there is to it. And you can do this over and over and over, and you will not believe the effect that you can create. There we go. But all we're doing here is just tapping, pushing, and I'm doing it quite firmly, as you probably can hear. But you begin seeing that illusion that it's coming out from here. Always start in the light area and work outward. We don't want to take that dark, dirty color back into the center. We don't want to lose that nice, bright area. There. Okay. You beginning to see that? It looks like there's a glow going all the way around. And as I say, I have some time restrictions here that you don't have at home. And you can do this for a long time. And you get it to any degree of softness that you want it. There we go. But it will make just one of the most gorgeous skies you've ever seen. And you don't have to limit it to seascapes. It's also very, very effective and very pretty for landscapes. Let me just beat the old brush. That just takes off the excess paint. There we go. Something about like that. But just keep it going. There. Okay. Let me wash the brush and we'll start all over again with a little bit of white and do it just one more time real quickly so you can see the effect that happens here. That's the brush it's really fun to do. Go back into a little more of the titanium white. And I'll wash the brush because I'm going to start right back here in the lightest area and work outward. There. Still doing that tapping and pushing at the same time. And outward, 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 outward. Always blending outward. But isn't that fantastic? And you can do this. It's very, very simple. Very simple. All right. And right on up here a little bit. In this particular painting, I know basically what's going to happen since we did it for the opening of the show. So I know there's going to be some clouds and stuff in there. We don't have to worry so much about up in there. There we go. All right, one more time we'll wash the old brush. Actually, I just like to keep the camera crew on their toes. There. Now then, very lightly, just blend the entire sky. And that effect will still remain in there. You can still see that. It looks like it's just, light's just exploding. There. Something about like that. And you can blend it to any degree of softness that you want. It's up to you. Little hair right there. Just take the corner of the brush, lift it off. That's all there is to it. If you get a hair, because these are natural bristle brushes, they do have a tendency to shed a little bit, especially during mating season. But if you happen to get a little hair, just take the corner of your brush and pop it off. All right. Now we'll use the same old brush. I'm gonna go right back into the color that we had there. It's phthalo green, a little black, a little blue, white. Tap a little color right onto the bristles like that. Something like so. And we'll go right up in here and maybe there's a happy little cloud lives right there. And all you do is just tap. Just sort of tapping and giving it a little pushy push. There. Something about like that. I had a little cloud. There we go. Maybe, I think there was one about here too. So I say, this won't be an exact duplicate of the one you see at the opening, but it'll give you an idea of how it was made. And then you make your own masterpiece. Like so. A little darker color. And maybe up here at the top you can make out the indication of a few little clouds that live way up here. There. Wherever. Now we can wash your brush one more time. If nothing else, this is a good exercise in keeping your brush clean. There. Now very lightly, one hair and some air. You just blend this. Just blend it. And go right across the entire sky, very gently. And blend it all together. There. I beat the brush once again, only to remove excess paint. It's much faster and easier than going through the whole cleaning procedure. And it'll clean it pretty well. Now, maybe in our world we'll put a little sun up here. We'll take a little white paint, little titanium white, and I don't want this to be real bright, just enough so that you can see it. And then very gently, you can blend right over the top of that. And see, now we have a sun, the indication of some rays coming out, and some happy little clouds. That easy. That easy. Now, major decision. Where's our water line? We'll use black, phthalo green, little phthalo blue, little white. I don't want this water too dark today. Something about like that. not too dark. And big decision time. Maybe our water line is right along here. Right along here. And if you have trouble making a water line that's halfway straight, which I do frequently, mine have a tendency to sort of run to one side or the other, you could put a piece of masking tape across there before you start painting. And it'll assure that your water line then is exactly where you want it. You just pull the masking tape off once you have the sky finished. There. You know, it's fantastic. We get hundreds and hundreds of letters from people all over the country that are painting, and people send me photographs. But recently, right here at the station where this filmed, they had a little contest. I want to show you a picture that a young man did, a couple of them in fact, named Chris, that lives right here in Muncie, Indiana. Can you believe this? He brought these in and let me look at them because he won the contest, and you can certainly see why. Chris, you're doing fantastic. But these are the kind of things that I love to see because they make it all worthwhile. This young man's probably, I don't know, 15 years old or so, and I'm guessing. But he has one heck of a painting future ahead of him. So congratulations, Chris. There, all I did is just fill that up with a little color. About like that. And we can wash the old brush again. There. Shake off the excess. And just beat the devil out of it. All right. Let me find a little fan brush. There were some little headlands back in the background. So I use a little black, little bit of the blue, little phthalo green, same exact colors. We just change the proportions a little bit so it has a little different flavor. Maybe in our world there lives, maybe there's a little headland lives right there, barely touching the canvas. The more color that you want, the harder you push. It'll get darker and darker that way. Maybe, yeah, oh, little bump right there. It's your world. So you really decide how you want these to look. It's up to you. It's really and truly up to you. Painting is such an individual thing. And that's the way it should be. That's the way it should be. Everybody sees nature through different eyes. And the way you see it is the way it should be painted. Now, just take the big brush and sort of pull that out a little bit. Like so. And I have several little fan brushes going. I'll get another one here. I'm going to take a little white, a little touch maybe of the phthalo green, but mostly white. Here's our light source. All you have to do is just sort of tap. Just tap. This is a very simple way of putting some little highlights back here on these little headlands. There. Like that. There we go. You know, I get a lot of letters also, people asking if there's any possibility of seeing these paintings that are done on television. And recently, the Minnetrista Cultural Center here in Muncie has started a tour that's going to go all over the country. And they have, well, in fact, they'll have the entire television set. They're going to have my easel, everything. It'll travel all over the country. And I think there's about 30 paintings there that come out of the hardcover book, the original paintings. So if you've ever wanted to see any of these actual paintings, sort of check around and see if it's going to be in your town. Because I think you'll enjoy it. They've put a tremendous amount of work into this exhibit. And it's for good cause. I think you'll really love it. There. But you can actually see the easel that we use here. And I'm even going to donate my dirty old shoes that over the years of beating the brush above them, the paint sort of falls on them and the tops are green. You don't ever get to see that. So if it comes to your town, come out and see us. We'll have people there that are talking and showing you how to do it, and it's just going to be a good time. All right, let's start putting in some little waves and stuff back in here. And today I'm just going to do waves in an extremely simple way. I'm going to use a small knife, pull the paint out flat, got a little phthalo green and white here, very little phthalo green, a little roll of paint. And now, very firmly, and we want to literally bend the blade. Decide in here where all the little things live. And you can just begin very firmly pushing in the indication of little waves that are far, far away. Real far away. See there? But it's that easy. There. And this is probably the simplest type of seascape to make. Even if you've never painted a seascape before, this one you can do. This one you can do. Because sometimes seascapes give people a little difficulty. This one's easy. This one is easy. There we go. A few little things here and there. But see, you just allow the paint to work and create the illusions. Maybe there's another one. I remember right in here somewhere. There. But firm, really. This is where you take out all your frustrations with the canvas. You get in there and really, as Steve, my son, says, he says, mush it in there. I don't know if that's really a word or not, but you certainly understand what he's saying. Just mush it in there. And I think there was one more maybe right in here. We had a little boat in there. I'm going to try to put a little boat in here too. I like those little devils. Something about like so. There. And you can go back and add a little ripple here and there, whatever you want. Whatever. And wherever. All right. Now then, I want to create the illusion up here of maybe the sand's a little wet. So we can take a little white paint and just pull it downward like that. Just pull it downward. Grab it then with a large brush, pull it, and go across. That easy. It'll make it look like that's wet. Now then, to do our little boat. The easiest way that I've found, take the knife and begin scraping out just a little basic idea. That'll sort of help you lay out your perspective and everything. Just lay it out. Here it comes right up in here. We have a front. We have the other side. Down. We have a back. And then it'll come back in here. Something about like that. Then you can scrape out all this excess. There we go. Tell you what, let's use a little filbert brush. I'm going to make a little brown out of some sap green, alizarin crimson, and about equal parts. We'll make us a little brown here. There, maybe a little more green. You can take this to the green hue, green side, or the reddish side. It's up to you. I usually like it a little to the reddish side, but it's an individual thing. Okay, let me wipe off the old knife. Now then, take our little filbert brush, and we can just begin filling this in. Just begin filling it in, something like so. There. And here it comes this way. And this is just a very simple little boat. Maybe the guy parked it here while he ran up on the beach somewhere. Who knows? There, and I'm going to take a little black and begin filling in some of the darker areas. There, back in there. Like that. Okay, maybe a little black and white, make a little grayish color. Bring it right along here. It's just so that stands out a little. Maybe even a little more. Oh, that's even better. There we go. And then underneath here, a little dark color. Because there'd be a little shadow under there. See there? Something like so. Oh, and over here on the other side, we need some nice little dark colors too. There, now let me get the little liner brush. Dip it in a little of the paint thinner. Make me a thin brown color. And a little front on the boat right here. Like that. Wash the little brush. And I'm going to highlight that with a little bit of titanium white thin, or you could just use liquid white. Something like so. And back here on the back of the boat. Maybe there's some, see? There we go. Something like so. And you can put in a few little details here and there. There, it's parked up here on the beach. And just, as I say, maybe he was out paddling around and decided to take a little break, and maybe he caught a little fish out there he brought up here to cook. Who knows? Just make up little stories. It really helps bring everything together. A little liquid white. I'm going to add some titanium white to it. I just want to thin the titanium a little bit, or a little roll of paint still. Now we'll put the indication here that maybe there's a little water sort of settled around it. Just a little. Like so. Shoot, sometimes it's even nice. Maybe a little brown down here in the sand so you can even see the indication that there's a touch of reflection of the color into the damp sand underneath. Just a little touch. Little touch. There we go. Push very firmly though. And that'll help give the impression that there's water all around this bottom. All right. There. Sometimes back here, I'm going to play just a little bit back in some of these ways. If you take just a little dark color and put it right underneath, it'll make it look like they're upstanding or standing up. At least a little bit of dark color right underneath, and it gives depth underneath. As I say, I'm going to keep this one simple, I promised. But without getting too crazy. It's little things like that will just sort of help give the impression that there's depth under your water. In some of the other series, we've done some seascapes that are, if you want some of the big crashing waves, we've really done some that have some nice waves in them. There. Now maybe there's some little sea oats that live right up in here. So for that, I'm going to take a little sap green, a little bit of that brownish color that we made, like so. And I'm just going to take a 1-inch brush and just sort of pop in a little indication here and there of some little weeds. Maybe there's some over here if I remember too. Something like that. Doesn't much matter, however you want them. Yeah, we'll push that up like that. Okay. Then underneath there, we'll take a little brown, a little white, mix it together. Need some soil for all this to set on. Just like so. A little bit of dirt under there. There. Something like that. As I say, if you get a chance to watch this little exhibit when it comes to your town, I really think you'll enjoy it. I really think I'm so proud of it. So many fantastic people have put so much work into it. It's really beautiful. I'm just taking a little paint thinner, a little bit of the brown, and begin lifting up a little of this so we'll make some little sea oat things out there. Go into a little bit of the greenish color here and there. There. And the wind's blowing up here on the beach. There, maybe there's some, right over our boat. That's okay, because that's the way it would be. There. Okay. Maybe a little yellow ochre, a little white, and paint thinner. And we'll put in a few right in here. And some of them have little doers hanging on the end. You can just take the little liner brush and just put them hanging on there. It's real easy. No problem at all. All right. Now then, let's take a little white, some of that brown color we made, a little yellow ochre. I want to make a nice little color like it. Don't overmix it. See how marbly that is? That's what we're looking for. Because when you cut off that little roll of paint, it'll be right there in the same way. And when we put it on the canvas, it'll still come out with all those variations that you wanted in there. So that's what we're looking for. I just want to put the indication of a little light zinging across here. That easy. Barely touching. Just one hair and some air. Just like you're putting snow on the mountains. That's all we're looking for. That easy. Okay. And shoot. I want to take a little more of the greens and the browns. Put the indication that there's a few little weeds up here in the foreground too. Like that. Now then, we got a second left here. I'm going to take a little bit of, I'll just use a little midnight black on the liner brush. Thin the paint till it's almost ink consistency. And maybe in our world back here, maybe there's some little birds flying. These are little M birds. You just make a little M. Tiny little things that are far, far off in the distance there. Now the moment of truth. If we bring a camera right up here, let's pull the old contact paper off and take a look-see at how well we did today. Isn't that fantastic? That's one of the most neat little ideas we've ever come up with. I think we introduced the contact paper idea back in the 3rd series, way back there, and we were cutting out shapes and putting them on and then painting around them. Since that time, it has almost become a standard. People are doing it all over the country. All over the country. I'm going to take a little red, little paint thinner. I think this little painting is about ready for a signature. Make your paint very thin, once again, almost like ink or water. And we'll sign that one right in the middle. What the heck? Right in the middle. There. Sometimes I get letters, people say, how do you sign a painting? What name do you use? It's really an individual thing. Some people will use their whole name, especially if they got a short name. Some people will use initials, and I've even had people that just use symbols. So it's up to you. You might just want to design your own little logo that you put on every painting. But whatever you put on there, it should be special only for you. From all of us here, I'd like to wish you happy painting, and God bless, my friend. Hi, welcome back. I'm glad you could join me today. And today I have one of my little friends here that's having lunch while we're doing this, so I thought I'd share her with you. This is a little baby fox squirrel, and she's just having a little lunch with me. Ooh, what's there? Too much? Huh? There. Isn't she something? She's only a few weeks old and just as cute as a button. Thought I'd show her to you today. There. Alrighty. Enough of that. This is just one of my many friends. I'm going to set her down, and we'll get started here. Okay, if I can get her off my shirt. There. They have about 9,000 claws, and they can all seem to grab you at once. Alrighty, tell you what, come on up to the canvas. Let me show you what I've got done today. Today we have our standard old 18 by 24 inch canvas, or any size that you want. And I've done something a little bit different today. I've taken, in this area up here, the white area, this is a mixture of liquid clear and liquid white. I put the clear in there because I want some transparency today. And then the rest of it, I've just covered with a little bit of liquid black and just sort of swirled it around a little bit. Just sort of let them blend together. So we have liquid white and liquid clear mixture and liquid black, and just blended together. So let's just have some fun today. I thought we'd just do a happy little painting. Now, if you don't have all three of these mediums, what you can do this with liquid white, but you won't have the transparency, and the bottom will be a little bit more difficult, but you could do it. Let's go into a tiny, tiny little bit of the yellow ochre. Maybe even add a little cad yellow into it. Just mix them up together here, like so. And we're going to run all the colors across the screen so you'll know exactly what we're using here. There. All right, let's go up in here. Let's make a big decision. Maybe right up in here we'll put just a little bit of this color and just blend a little bit of it on. Something like so. Just using little crisscross strokes, little X's. Now then, not even going to clean the brush, but I'm going to go right into a small amount of alizarin crimson. And the crimson is strong enough that you don't have to clean the brush. It'll go right over it. There. Now then, let's just go right around the edges here, like so. Just add a little touch of that crimson. There. And let it blend outward. We don't want to go back into this bright color. We want to save that. Just let this blend right on out. There we go. All right, we have a masterpiece for the Museum of Modern Art right there. Right there. Now then, take a little bit of the crimson and dark sienna. Still using the same brush, haven't washed it yet. Mostly though, dark sienna. And I'm gonna come right around this area and just begin blending it out. Now this will begin mixing with the liquid black, and it'll get darker and darker and darker out here, and that's exactly what we're looking for. There. Now then over here, a little bit more. This is just mainly dark sienna with a little bit of alizarin crimson in it. There we go. Hope you like the little squirrel. I'm so crazy about these little devils that I like to share them with you. And they are absolutely precious. We have 4 of them here in the studio today. And they came from Diana Schaefer, the bird lady here in Muncie. And she takes care of these little fellers when they've been orphaned, and I think she's doing a fantastic thing. There. All right. Now then, let's wash the old brush. That's the fun part of this. Let's just scrub it. There's a screen down here in the bottom of the can that I scrub the bristles against to remove the paint. We'll shake off excess and just beat the devil out of it. Now then, with a nice clean and dry brush, be sure it's dry though. It needs to be dry. We want to start blending this. Just blending. You want to blend it till you can't tell where one color stops and the next color starts. There we go. Now sometimes when you're doing these little paintings, you like to make this area in here brighter, shinier. There. So I tell you what, I have several brushes going. Let me just grab another clean one here. And we'll take a little bit of titanium white right on the old 2-inch brush. Just tap a little in there. Let's go back up here. And right in here, we'll start with the white and just begin blending and blending and blending and blending. Start from the light area and blend outward. Now this will really brighten this area. It'll just make it shine. And you can do this as many times as you want to achieve a desired lightness or brightness. There, very lightly, just go across. But now when you're doing this, sometimes step back and take a look-see at your painting. It's very difficult when you're standing real close to it to tell if you haven't blended enough. And you want it to be very soft. You don't want to see distinct lines in here. All right. A few strokes and we're in business. Tell you what, while we have that old brush going, let's just have some fun. We'll go right into this dark sienna. I'm just going to tap the top bristles. Just tap it. Right into a little touch of that dark sienna. Let's go back up here. And with this, let's begin putting in the indication here and there and here, of some little shapes for little bushes and trees that live way back in the distance. Now we're not looking for detail. We'll put detail in the foreground. Back here, we just want just the indication of little things happening. Let your imagination go. Just let it go. Up in here, we can't hardly even see them. Just let it go. There. As I mentioned earlier, the only reason we put that liquid clear in the background is to make this a little more transparent. Just a little more transparent. There. I've added a touch of Van Dyke brown to the color now. As it gets further away, we want it to get a little bit darker, but not much. Just enough so it stands out a little bit. Maybe we'll have some nice tree shapes that live all the way up to the top of the canvas over here. That easy. That easy. All right. Let's take our little liner brush. Shoot. Little paint thinner. We'll get a little more of the thinner. And we'll go right into that same dark sienna. A lot of paint thinner though. This should be as thin as water or ink. It should just literally run. See how it just drips? Very, very thin, okay? Now then, here and there, I'm just going to put the indication of a little trunk or a stem or whatever. Some little tree shapes here and there, just to break it up. There, maybe a few up in here. Not looking for a lot. When things are far, far away, you don't want to be able to see a lot of detail. All right, now then, wash the old brush and the liner brush. All I do is just wipe it on a paper towel after I've washed it. Let's use our little oval brush today. What the heck? It's easy to tell the little oval brush. It has a black handle on it. All right, we'll take a little yellow. Be right back. Don't go away. Get a touch of the sap green here. Okay, now to load this brush, give it a little push. Just give it a little push. Get a little touch of the yellow ochre. I don't want a lot of color, just enough to spark a little of that Indian yellow here and there too. Okay, let's go up here. Now then, all you got to do with this little brush is just tap. Just tap. And we can begin making the indication of little distant trees and bushes that live way back here. Lighter, lighter, lighter as it comes down. So it looks like it, a little bit of the bright red here and there too. Tiniest little bit. Just decide where you want these little things. Maybe there's a little tree lives right here. Wherever. There we go. There we are. Now then, a little bit more. Tell you what, right in here. That looks like a good spot. And when you're doing this, just sort of look around and decide where you think a little tree would be happy living. And that's where he should be. That's where he should be. And I'm still just using the same colors, just varying them back and forth. Have a little touch of the sap green, a little cad yellow ochre, a little touch of Indian yellow even here and there. And once in a while, the least little touch of bright red. Don't want much though, it's so strong. And the farther away it gets here, the less detail that I want. I want to get darker and darker back in here, maybe even up in here. There's some little things going on. There. These are hiding way back in the shadows. This is where all the little creatures live, little bunny rabbits live back here. There we are. Okay. Shoot, that's about all we need for a little background on that side. Now then, we'll put something over here. Tell you what, let's keep a lot of this in the brown tone state. That's so pretty. The nice earth tones. We'll use some dark sienna, a little Van Dyke brown, pick up a little yellow ochre. Little yellow ochre. There. Maybe even at least a little touch of black in there. Oh, that's nice. That's what I'm looking. Let me wipe my knife off. Wipe the old knife off, and we'll find this fan brush. There we go. There we go. Just load it full of color. Both sides, just back and forth. All right, let's go up in here. Maybe there's a little patch of evergreen trees, and they live right there. Just start with a little line. Use the corner of the brush, just the corner. As you work down, apply more and more pressure. More and more pressure. There we are. Just let them go, like so. Okay, now then, let's give him a little friend. There he is. There he is. Okay, and just decide how many trees you think should live in your world. Sometimes I like to do little evergreen trees where you can see parts of the trunk. So maybe you can just tap in the whole trunk, because trees don't grow all perfect. They're like people. Some of them are big, some are small, some are skinny, some are a little heavier. There. See? Maybe another one lives right here beside him. Something like that. And you just decide how many trees live in your world and put them in. Put them in. Let's put a couple on this side over here. I like to make these little clumps of trees because a lot of times you see evergreens in nature. Looks like they all got together and started a little community or something. Having a party or something. I don't know. They're having a good time though. There. Okay. And that ought to be enough for our little area. But if you want more when you do yours, just drop them in. Nice clean dry brush. And I want to create the illusion of mist down here at the base. Right down here at the base. Just like so. There. Just tapping. Just tapping. And up here we'll tap softer because we don't want to destroy up here. All we want to do up here is diffuse. Down here we're getting tough and mean because we're destroying. We want to create softness. But here, barely. You can probably hear the difference. Barely touching up here. Gentle. Easy. Easy. There. Okay. Now then, we can take a knife, just a little bit of that same color, and just sort of pull it through here and there. And it'll make the indication of little trunks. We're not really going to put a lot of detail in these. They're too far away. But this will turn a few trees into something that looks like a lot of trees. There we go. Now then, tell you what, let's get crazy. This is our world, so we can do anything. Maybe there's a little bush that lives right here. We'll just go back to a little oval brush. Just tap in the indication of maybe one little happy bush that lives right there. Something like so. There. Shoot, we got it made. Tell you what, we'll just use this old 2-inch brush here. What the heck, you could use a 1-inch brush or fan brush, whatever. And I'm gonna go into a little bit of the yellow, be right back, get a little sap green and just mix all these different colors and give it a little push. There's a good shot right there. Just a little push. Get a little color right on the tips of the bristles. A little bit of color. All right, now then, let's make a big decision. Maybe there's a nice grassy area in our world, and it comes right down like it. And all you have to do is just tap. And the more that you tap, the darker it'll become, because it's going to mix with that black that's already on the canvas, and that'll happen automatically for you. Automatically. There we go. Now, once in a while, make a little sparkle. Add at least a little touch of titanium white, but very little. If you use too much, you'll lose the effectiveness of this. So it looks like there's a little light just zinging right through that. And as we go down, get darker and darker. Back in here, it's in the shadows. We don't want much back in here. Very quiet back in there. But you just put layer after layer after layer of little grassy areas. There. You know what? Shoot, this is such a beautiful little spot. Maybe. Tell you what, let's do. Shoot, I'm going to do it. I want a little house right here. If this is my world, I'd want to live right in here. So let's just take a knife, what the heck, and we'll scrape out. All I'm doing here is scraping out a basic design for a little house. It might even be a little chalet type thing. I don't know, whatever. No, we'll have it later. Just make a decision and drop it in. You could do anything here. A little bit of Van Dyke brown. We'll put the back eave in first. Just that's easy. Okay, here comes the front. Nice straight edge right along there. There it goes. And I'm pushing this paint into the fabric. Don't worry about the bottom. We'll do a cabinectomy when we get to that point, and then we'll make big decisions. There we go. Just whack that right off when we get ready. See there? And now we need the other side of the roof. There it is. Maybe it comes to about there. I don't know. Wherever you want it to be. Wherever. Some sides over here. Let's really get crazy. Maybe this guy put a little room out here on this little house. So we can do that too. Maybe it comes from right here. See? Got another little area. That easy. That's what's so fantastic about this. You can change your mind, do anything that you want, make up little stories. Just let these things happen. Let it come down. And all we're doing is just blocking in color. It's really all we're doing. It's all we're doing. There. Okay, now then, let's take some bright red, some dark sienna. Let's mix those together, like so. I'm going to put a little touch of yellow ochre in there too. It's such a beautiful day here. I hope it is where you're at. We'll just sparkle this up. Cut off our little roll of paint, just a small roll of paint. And let's begin coming right down here, barely touching, barely touching. No pressure at all, like so. Maybe even a little touch more of the yellow ochre, and shoot, we'll even put a little white in there. I want this to sparkle a little more. Oh, that's it. Oh, that's what we're looking for. Look at that. Isn't that something? There we go. And over in here, we'll put a little bit right in there. Maybe there's a little dark area in between these two. You can do that. Now, got to put something on the roof for that. I'm just going to take some black and titanium white and just mix it together. Put a little bit of the Van Dyke brown there just to give it, leave it marbled. Don't overmix it. And we'll come right down here, and all you do is touch and just let it bounce. Bloop, 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 bloop. Got to make that little noise so it doesn't work. Just touch it and let the knife just bounce as it works right down here. Look at that, see? That's all there is to it. On this part of the roof, since it comes this way, touch, and once again, just let it bounce. Let it bounce. Right on down. Right on down. There we go. All right. Now, this is a much darker color, and we'll come right in here, same color but darker, and put in the front of this rascal. And sometimes on these edges it's nice to put a nice bright area so they really stand out. So the edges stand out from each other. Darken this one a little bit. There we are. Shoot, we got a heck of a little house there. That's coming along pretty nice. We'll take a little bit of the Van Dyke brown and let's make the indication of some boards here. There we are. See how easy you can make it look like it's old boards? Now if you want to soften that, if you want to make it look very soft and smooth, you can take the large brush and lightly, barely caressing the canvas, just pull gently down. Gently down. You know what we need? We need a door. Got to have a way to get in there. So that easy. We'll put us in a little door. There. Just cut right around there with a little bit of light color, just to make that little door stand out. Shoot, tell you what, over here maybe there's a window. When he put that section of the house in, maybe he wanted a way to look out, see all this beautiful scenery. There we go. A few little board indications over here. And a little touch of roof on the other side. You gotta have that there so it stands out. Shoot. That's not a bad looking little house. I sort of like that. Sort of like it. Now we'll do our cabinectomy. This is where you make the big decisions and decide where everything's at and fix up your perspective and your shape and shoot. All right. There. Now we go back into our brush that has the greens and the yellows and all of that on it. There we are. Just tap, load the brush with color, and we'll come right up here. Look at there. And we can begin laying in some little grassy areas all around the little cabin. There. There we go. Just sort of let them happen. Very dark back here. There, this guy's like me. He don't cut his yard very well. I'm a world's worst yard keeper. There we go. You know what we need in here? We need a way to get to that place. Shoot, I'm about to put him out there and leave him deserted. So let's take some Van Dyke brown. We just use a fan brush. You could use a knife and do this if you wanted to. I'm just going to use a fan brush because I have one laying here and it's dirty. We'll just lay in a little brown and have a little path that comes right out here. Well, I'll show you. We take a knife, take a little bit of the browns and whites and very gently, just caress. Just barely caress, just enough to give a little color. There. All right, now then, back to our old 2-inch brush. And just begin tapping. Thinking about the lay of the land, though. That's very important. There we go. Okay, just fill these areas in. Okay, and once again, the more you tap this, the darker it'll become. But if you work with this a little bit, you can make it as smooth as velvet. Look just like little soft grassy areas where make you want to take your shoe off and run through there with naked foots. Grass feels good when it touches on your foots. Over on this side, don't want it left out. Just begin putting in little things to bring it all together. Maybe here and there there's a little bump. Doop, doop. Just by changing the angle, though, you can make the indication of a little bump right there. All kind of little hills here and there. There we go. Now then, tell you what. We'll use our little script liner brush, we'll use a little titanium white. Maybe there's a little birch tree that lives right there. Maybe there's a little clump of birch trees, we don't know. Just put 2 or 3 little trees there, however many you want in your world. There they go. Like so. Now then, we'll just use that oval brush again. Shoot, that's working so well today. A little bit of color, and we'll just put the indication here and there. Look at that. See? A few little leaves on that tree. Don't want him left out. This side needs something over here. Tell you what, we got a minute left here. Maybe over here. There's a big old post. Maybe there was a fence here at one time. And it's still there. Doom, doom, doom. Maybe there's a couple posts. Maybe there's 3 posts. We keep going here, we'll have our fence back, won't we? And we have a little light playing through here. There's a light source, so we know exactly where the light's coming from in this painting. Just touch and begin putting a little bit of highlight on that side. A little bit on this one, don't want him left out. And number 3 here. Maybe on the top of our post, we'll put a little touch of red. There. And we can go back to our liner brush. Well, we'll use a little brown. Whatever. See if that stands out enough. And I'm going to add a little white to that. It's too dark. There. Just to put the indication that maybe there's still a little wire hanging through here. There we go. That's just brown and white, so it stands out a little. Tell you what, while we got that old brush going, we're still using Van Dyke brown. There's a fence back here, maybe. Yep, you're right. Maybe there's a fence here and it goes right over the hill. We don't know where it goes. Don't know that we care. Shoot, we'll put some nice old rails across there. Choom. Choom, there they go. Right on. Maybe it's 3. There. And we can put the least little touch of color up on top of that. Something like so. There. Now then. Okay. Let's just take, I'll use a little green, a little bit of the black. I'll get a least little touch of phthalo blue and put in there too. Oh, yeah, that makes a nice dark green. And we'll just add, oh yeah, little phthalo blue, really sparkle it. Put a little touch right down here at the base of that. So the little post has something to set on. Don't want it left out. Tell you what, take a little paint thinner. We'll go right into some bright red here. And I think we'll sign this one. It's about finished. Luckily I have a very short name, so it's quite easy to do. But make your paint as thin as ink once again. So I hope you've enjoyed this painting. It's quite interesting. It'll give you a little challenge and let you use all the equipment. So from all of us here, I'd like to wish you happy painting and God bless, my friend. Hi, welcome back. Glad to see you today. Thought today we'd do a little seascape. So I tell you what, let's start out and run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with us. While they're doing that, let me show you this crazy thing I've got up here today. Today I have my standard old canvas, but I've taken a piece of contact paper and I've cut a design out. In fact, the design, if everything works just right, will sort of look like a seashell. On the top, I've painted a little more than half. I've painted it with gray gesso. On the bottom, black gesso. And then we've taken and covered the entire thing with a very thin coat of liquid clear. Just enough to cover it. You don't need much. On the bottom down here, I've taken a little bit of phthalo blue and phthalo green and just put a little color right on there, and right at the very bottom, a little bit of Van Dyke brown. That's all. Then I've got a piece of little masking tape right here to keep the horizon straight. Believe it or not, it's a lot simpler than it sounds. Let's start with a little Indian yellow today. And let's just go right in here and drop in a little bit of color using the old 2-inch brush. Just like so. I like using this gray and black gesso. It makes some gorgeous effects. Just absolutely gorgeous. Take a little bit of white, a little bit of yellow ochre and mix them together and come right above that. Little touch of the titanium white in it though. That'll make it shine and sparkle. All right. Okay, now then, I want it to be very bright right there at the horizon. Once again, this little piece of masking tape here is just to keep the horizon straight. Okay, without cleaning the brush, I'm gonna go right into a small amount, a very small amount of the red, bright red. bright red, maybe a little touch of the titanium white in it again. Since we have no color on the top, you might sometimes need to put a little bit of white paint with it. There we go. Isn't that pretty already? I like these colors. And you can do this to any degree of brightness that you want. All right. Now maybe a little alizarin crimson. I'll add a little white to that too. Alizarin crimson, titanium white. And let's just put a little of that in there. I want it to get progressively darker as we move away from the horizon. Okay. As I say, these colors are pretty just like that. Just like that. And right up here at the very tippy top, let's have, I'll tell you what, let's use phthalo blue. I like phthalo blue, it's very pretty. And we'll just put a little touch of that in there. There. A little bit of titanium white with it also. Okay, maybe a little more white. If you want to stand out a little brighter, add a little more of the white. Okay. See there? That's all there is to it. Now then, let me wash the old brush. I'm just looking for an excuse to wash the brush. Shake off the paint thinner. Just beat the devil out of it. If you're going to do that, be careful. You can change the decor of a room in a heartbeat. There. Something about like so. Now then, that gives us a pretty nice little sky. It's very, very colorful, very effective. It's not bad at all. Just beat the excess paint out there. Let's take a little phthalo blue, alizarin crimson, proportionately much more crimson than blue. I want this to be sort of to the reddish side of lavender. Okay, there we are. Now let me clean the old brush, or knife, whatever we got. Let's find we'll use number 3 fan brush, it doesn't matter. That's what I picked up, so that's what we'll use. Load a little color on it. Don't need a whole bunch, just a little color on it. Okay, let's go up in here. Now maybe in our world here, there are some happy little clouds that just float around and have a good time all day. They just sort of float around. Just decide where they live in your world and drop them in. Drop them in. Wherever, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. There, just sort of stir them up on there. I won't come back with a little blender brush and softly blend them together. There, we'll just use this little, we'll just blend it with this little 2-inch brush. See? Very gently, very, very gently. That easy. So just using just the top corner of the brush, making little tiny circles. Tiny little circles, there you go, just like that. So, okay, now then, over in here, we'll just blend it. Blend it and blend it and blend it. Now then maybe in our world, maybe, yeah, why not? Maybe there's several little clouds. We can have as many clouds as we want. In your world, you decide how many you want. Drop them in. Now use this lavender color, because if you used blue and went into this yellow, guess what you'd have? You know, don't you? You'd have bright green. And we don't want that today up here in the sky. Sometimes maybe a little green in the sky is okay, but not today, not today, not today. There. Shoot, while I got that going, maybe over here there's just a little stringy cloud. See, just put in a basic shape. That's all you need. That's all. It doesn't matter. Clouds are very easy. There. I'm beating that brush just to take off excess paint. I used it before to blend, so it collected a little paint. But when you're doing clouds like this, do them in layers. Do the one that you think's the farthest away first, and then put the next layer a little closer to you. Put it on top. That way it has the feeling of depth and distance. All right. Now this is just a very, very simple way of making some little clouds in the seascape. Very easy, even if you've never painted a seascape before. This one I believe you can do without any problem. All right, this little cloud here, just blend over it. See, it'll just softly go right into the painting. That easy. Take a brush here. We can take a little white paint. And you can blend this out and make it look like there's light shining through there. There's a million things you can do. When you start this, practice and have fun. Don't just try to do exactly what we do here on TV. Do your own thing. Do your own thing. That's what the young people say. And it's true in painting. Just get in there and do it. There. I like to work with young people because they don't know any of the fears that we know when we get a little older. Shoot, they just get in there and do it. I'm going to take this little piece of tape off now. Just slip it right off. There we are. Now see, our horizon line is perfectly straight, or as straight as the tape was. And it just makes life a little easier. Okay, I'm going to take a little white, a little bit of that same old cloud color I was using. Maybe far back in the distance in our world here, maybe there's a little headland that lives out in here. Comes way out wherever you want it to go. There. See? That's all there is to it, though. Far away. We don't want a lot of detail. It's too far away. Much, much too far away. Give it a little pull just to blend the color together. Because that canvas is wet. Paint will move on it that easy. See? Already it looks like a little piece of land that's far, far in the distance. Okay, let's wash the old brush. Fan brush isn't near as much fun to wash as the 2-inch brush is. Now then, we have to start making some big decisions. For me, the easiest way to paint a seascape is to first determine where your major wave's going to be, or the big old crasher wave. In our world, I think it's going to be maybe right there, crash over, come back this way, helps to make little sounds like here at the ocean. Now, if this doesn't make any sense, think about it. Right here, it's going to crash over. Okay? Does that make sense now? I hope so. And maybe back in here, a little thing like that. That's really about all we need. It's really about all we need. Okay, let me wipe the brush off. I'm just wiping all the excess paint off. Now then, we want to start creating the shape of these waves. And what's important here is the dark area. Save the dark area. That's what we're looking for. See there? Can you see what's happening? I know at first it doesn't make sense when somebody says save the dark area. But the dark is what will form the basic shape. The light, no big deal. See, same thing back here. Already you're beginning to see the little trough between the waves. See that dark area right there? It's most important. Most important. And then we can start putting in just little indications of things that are far away. But we have that phthalo blue and phthalo green color that's underneath on the dark black canvas. And these things just work. Look at that color. If people don't see you put this color on, do a demonstration for your family or friends. And don't let them see you put the color on. It'll drive them crazy. They'll think magic's happening there when they see all these colors that just explode. Because the canvas will still look black. All right. Now then, let's start deciding. I'm going to take a little yellow, cad yellow, a little white. Right in here will be the eye. So we put that yellow in there. We can just use a fan brush, it doesn't matter. Filbert brush works very nice for this too. Okay, better wash that brush, it's a little dirty. Because we want this brush to be very clean so we can blend the eye of that wave, the pretty part. Okay, now we take just the corner of the brush, just the corner, and just very gently, using just the corner, just begin to turn it a little bit, just to wiggle it. And it'll blend that out as smooth as silk. Just like that. Now, I changed corners, so we still have the clean corner up here. I want to go back and blend it a little more. Don't take a dirty corner back in there. All right, see there? But isn't that neat? Already you can see the light zinging right through there. And it's very simple. Very simple. Seascapes can give you a hard time when you first start them. I try to make them as simple as possible. Titanium white on the fan brush. Titanium white. This is the fun part. That's where the old wave just crashes over and has fun. Now, take some of that lavender color. I still got the same brush, a little white on it, doesn't matter. And some of that lavender color that we made for the sky and the little headland in the background. And let's begin putting in the shadow here. This is just the shadow for the crasher. There it comes. Maybe it splashes clean up like that. I don't know. We'll put some stones in there. What the heck? So it has something to crash on. I like to put little stones in seascapes. There. Just let that crash right on back. See? Just let your imagination go. Sort of try to think like a wave. Think that you're down at the ocean today and you're having a good time, and this is what it looks like to you. Let's wash the old fan brush here. I'm still using the number 3 fan brush, but you could do it with the number 6. You might find the number 3 is just a little easier. A little easier. I'm going to take titanium white. Still using that number 3 fan brush. Add a little light touch of yellow into it. Cat yellow, but light touch, not much. Now then, let's go up in here. And now we can come in here and begin putting some highlights on this foam. Just highlight it. There we go. Don't want to kill all that nice shadow color that we worked so hard to put in there. Just think about the old wave crashing over there. There it comes. See there? Let it just churn and carry on. These things get violent. Whew. If you're a surfer, you sure know what I'm talking about. Boy, they get violent sometimes. Good, clean, dry 2-inch brush. Barely touching. Just barely touching with a corner. Blend it. You could do this with a little soft blending brush too. Works just as well. Probably better, now that I think about it. But isn't that neat? See the old wave coming over there, crashing and banging and carrying on. All right, maybe let's take some Midnight Black, Van Dyke. We'll just mix them together here. I've got another fan brush, number 6 now. And maybe in our world, yep, there's a big old stone. Right in there, big old stone. And maybe there's another stone there where all this is crashing and churning it, coming in right, like that. See? Now sometimes you can take the liner brush, we'll use some bright red, it doesn't matter, paint thinner on it. And you can go in here and just very carefully begin to shape your rocks. You can just shape them. There, see? Just enough to give them a little high. I want them to stay very dark. Very dark. Very dark. But that's a neat way of just putting in all kinds of little details. Here comes another one. Right there. Get a little more paint thinner. There, see? But that's one of the easiest ways I've ever seen of forming the basic shape of little rocks. Because you don't have to do much. And I'm a lazy painter. Now then you take a little white with a little touch of phthalo blue in it. And do the same thing if you want to show like water's running off those rocks. Thin the paint. Very thin. And then you can have this just churning and carrying on here any way that you want it. Go back to our little fan brush. Have it sort of climbing up in here and there. Covering up the edges. Boy, there's a lot going on in there. But isn't that neat? And you can do it. Okay, now maybe we put a little Van Dyke brown right in here. Let's take a little yellow ochre, a little titanium white. We'll just put it on the old brush there. Maybe a little cad yellow in there too. That'll brighten. Oh yeah, that's it. That's it. Now, let's decide, maybe the water's coming right down here, and there's some reflections in the wet sand. So pull it straight down and then go across. That's all we got to do. And that'll give the impression of wet water or wet sand. Wet sand's what I meant to say. Take a little titanium white, a little phthalo blue, mix them together. Wipe off the knife. Now we'll get a little roll of paint, just like we normally put on the big knife. And with that, I'm going to start using a lot of pressure and really bend the knife. Bend it. All right, this is where we decide where the water line is, where it's coming up on the bank. There. And maybe it's coming down through here. However you want it, however. Take our little fan brush once again, grab that, and begin pulling it. See there? Isn't that gorgeous? It works easy. Works so easy. And you begin to have foam patterns and stuff that are coming down through here. Like that there. All kinds of little doers. A little filbert brush works great for that too. See, you can just take it and go around, make all those little watery things that happen. Let's use our script liner brush. With that, put a little bit of the blue and white on here, and let's begin putting the indication of all kinds of little things that are happening in here. There they come. Now, when you have a lot of time, you can put tremendous amounts of detail in this. Tremendous. There. Paint thinner. I'm going to go into that dark lavender color, and I need a little dark line that lives right under here to pull this up. A little dark line. See it? There it comes. All right. And you also need it right in here. It separates it. Makes it just jump right out at you. Maybe you can see a few little dooders in through there. That helps create that curve that you want so badly in that wave. There we are. Okay. And you can take, a little blue and white and make the indication that maybe there's some little watery things that are happening all out through here. See there? Just to make it look like water. That easy. Okay, a little bit of titanium white paint thinner. Touch of blue into that right here, but it's mainly white. And then you can begin putting in some details back in here. Just all kinds of little things. Just to give it a wave action type feel. And you can put all kinds of little doers in between here. Once again, when you have time to put all these things in, just take your time and do it. Something like so. You know, I've gotten so many letters from people all over the country. In one of the earlier shows, I showed a cartoon version of my little squirrel Peapod. Well, people have asked to see that again. So I'm going to put him up for just a second and let you check out old Peep. Isn't that cute? You know, and I got another surprise for you. My cartoonist, he got a little crazy. Guess what he made a cartoon of now? Shoot, hey, old Bobaloop. So I guess you'll be seeing Bob in cartoon form pretty soon. But isn't that cute? I think so. My little painter man suit. It's just like the little opening that Jerry makes for us. He's cute though, little painter guy. All right, I got a minute left here. I want 2. Yeah, check out your bravery. Okay, maybe we'll have us a little palm tree in here. Maybe we'll have a big palm tree. All right, give him a friend. There we go. Just a little old palm tree. I'm gonna grab another fan brush. I have several going. Let's use a little, doesn't matter, use a little light color here. Just tap along the edges and give it a little pull. Make it look like an old palm tree lives right there. A little bit on this one. There. Just to give it the impression of a little tree. Now then, I want to take the brush that has the black paint in it. This is Midnight Black, and I've put paint thinner with it to thin it. Just to thin it. Now then, here we go. Here we are. Just take, and let's just pull in a few little leaves on this old rascal. I'm from Florida, so we have a lot of palm trees around there. There we are. Okay. Someone asking what part of Florida I live in. I live right in Orlando, right close to Mickey Mouse's house. There we are. But very soon when we start our show in Missouri, I'll be moving there. So I hope to see you in either place. All right. There, see? That's a very, very nice, easy way to make a palm tree that looks pretty good. Pretty good. All right. A few little limbs on him. And you decide how many limbs are on your palm tree, and where they're situated, how they're blowing. And the wind's usually blowing around the old ocean here. There we are. And you can come back with your liner brush and put a lot of greens and stuff in there if you want to. Okay, I tell you what, let's pull the contact paper off and see what we got here. And as I mentioned earlier, I've tried to cut this into something that looks sort of like a seashell. And it's a little different. I have done some that I've taken like the pattern of a fish. Fish swims in the ocean, so I don't see anything wrong with having the ocean in the fish. Any pattern that you want works very well. Try it. If you have time, take a photo, send it to me. Let me see what you're doing. We're going to call that little painting finished. And from all of us here, I'd like to wish you happy painting, and God bless, my friend. Hi, welcome back. Certainly glad you could join us today. Thought today we'd just do a fantastic little scene that I hope you'll enjoy. Let's start out and have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with us. While they're doing that, let me show you what I've got done up here today. I have my standard old pre-stretched double prime canvas, and I'm using an 18 by 24 inch, but use any size that's convenient for you. And I've covered the entire canvas with a very thin coat of liquid white. The liquid white is still wet. Now it's wet and slick and we're ready to go. So let's just have some fun. Tell you what, let's start with the alizarin crimson today. What the heck, on the old 2-inch brush. Let's put in a little pinky area here in the sky. Once again, the sky is covered with liquid white, or the entire canvas is. This alizarin crimson is just mixing with it so that it gets lighter and lighter in value. If this were a dry canvas, it'd be very difficult to put paint on this smooth, this easy. Okay, something about like so. I don't want to set the sky on fire. All I want to do is put just a nice warm glow in here. And most of this will cover up, I think. There we go. Now then, oh, we still have a little brush going. Let's go into a little bit of phthalo blue. Phthalo blue is a very warm blue, beautiful blue. It's my favorite. Okay, let's go up in here. Now with the phthalo blue, we're going to make little X's, little crisscross strokes. Just little X's. Da-da-da-da-da. That easy. That easy. There we are. Something about like that. And we'll come back and blend it when we have a clean brush. And just bring it down to the crimson and stop. It'll cover up the crimson, eat it all up. So just stop right at it, and then we'll blend it together later. Shoot, while we got that going there, let's put a little more of the blue on the brush. Load it just exactly the same way, and I'm going to reach here and get a little touch of phthalo green. Don't need much. Phthalo green's very strong. Beautiful color though. Okay, let's go up in here. Maybe we'll have a little water in here. What the heck? Just pull from the outside in, like so. Okay, a little more paint on the brush. We'll do the same thing to the other side. I'm intentionally leaving a little area open here so it'll look like a little sheen of light coming across the water when we're finished. All right, now then, tell you what, let's wash the old brush. That's the fun part. That's the fun part. That's where I get even with everybody here. Washing the brush. Shake off the excess. And just beat the devil out of it. That really is fun. There's such a thing as a little brush beater rack. So when you're doing this at home, you don't cover the entire living room or wherever you happen to be painting. This can, if you do what I'm doing with a brush at home, you can certainly end a happy relationship. Be very careful. See, now with a good dry, clean brush, we can just blend those colors together to where we can't tell where one color stops and the next color starts. There we are. And you can make it as smooth as you want. Down here, same basic thing. I always want to smooth it out. Now I'm going to go totally across, but see that little light area will still be in there. It's not as distinct as it was, but it's still there. We don't want it to be real distinct. We just want it to have a nice little sheen of light coming across the water when everything's finished. All right. Now then, let's use one of these little oval brushes. I'm going to go into a little bit of white. I said oval, but I meant round brush. This is a small round brush. Sometimes my tongue gets over my eye teeth and I can't see what I'm saying, but this is just a little round brush. And let's play with it today. Maybe back in our world here, there's just a little mountain that lives right there. And we can use this brush to just put in a little indication. You can paint entire paintings with these round brushes. There's a big one and a small one. There we are. Now, get the old 2-inch brush and we'll pull it and blend it so that the bottom just disappears. I want it to just sit there very quietly, very, very quietly, very distant. See, now we just have that little pinkish glow around the top, and that's all we're looking for. Let's take, we'll use some phthalo blue, some alizarin crimson, a little white. Let's make sort of a lavender color. Shoot, I like that. Looks good. We just work with what we have here. Take a little of that on the same little brush. I didn't clean the brush, just like it was. And let's go up in here and maybe, yep, right along in here. We'll just put the indication of another little hill and bump. Instead of hills and dales, we got hills and bumps. There. Maybe right on out there. I don't know. Doesn't matter. Absolutely doesn't matter. If you'll make it look like his little trees, lift upward. See, it'll look like you're covered, like some of the hills in North Carolina and Missouri. Oh, beautiful places. In fact, I'm going to be in Missouri pretty soon. We're going to be in Branson, Missouri doing a show. So if you get a chance and you're in that area, stop by and say hello. I'd love to talk to you and see what you're doing. There, okay. Now then, see, we have 2 ranges of hills already. Now then, let's go a little further. I'm going to take a little Prussian blue. Prussian blue is much stronger. Whew. Darker. A little more crimson. I want this to get darker. As things get closer to you in the landscape, they should get darker and darker in value. All right, let's go up in here. Decision time. All right, see here? Maybe, there it is. You just decide. In your world, you can have things anywhere that you want them. Anywhere that you want them. There we are. All right. Maybe it goes right on out there somewhere. Doesn't matter. Absolutely does not matter. And since we had trees on that one, maybe this one here should have the indication of little distant trees. There. See? It's that easy. Little short strokes, though, when you're doing this. Don't get greedy. I know it gets feeling good and you want it all at once, but take your time. Little strokes, work in layers, just keep working down. But see how it makes it look like this tiny little tree is growing back here? Then we can I want to create some mist down at the base. I like these misty areas. So we'll just tap, firmly tap. And that's mixing with the liquid white that's on the canvas. And automatically you'll get the impression of mist. Very, very easy. Very easy. Very soft. And you could just keep going here. It doesn't matter. Let's see. Let me add a little black to that. We'll get it darker. We'll have a lot of little footy hills in this one. Much darker. In fact, this one's almost pure dark, but not quite. There's still a little white in there. And maybe let's just start up in here. There's a bump. See there? Just let your imagination go. Absolutely let your imagination go wherever you want it to take you. There. Okay. I just wanted to use a small round brush today just to show you what fantastic things it'll do. Because it's unbelievable what you can do with it if you'll just practice a little. Just make friends with it. All of these tools, you have to make friends with. All right. Now, we got some dark color now. Look at all the distance in this painting though already. Just in that background, it looks like you could walk back in there forever. And you know there's a ton of little streams and waterfalls and all kinds of things happening on those little mountains. All right. Now, we'll just continue to use that same brush. I'm going to take a little bit of green, a little bit of yellow, a little sap green right there. All right, a little yellow ochre, Indian yellow. Once in a while I'll hit bright red. But tap it, see? Okay, let's go up in here. Now then, with that color, we can just begin creating the illusion of grass on some of these little things. Just little hilly areas. Now you can do this with a 2-inch brush and it's much, much quicker. Just want to show you that you can use this brush to do these things. It's much, much faster with a bigger brush. This might give you a little more detail. You can get into the yellow ochres here, and so I see a little touch of the red now and then. There. We'll just let all these little things happen. Goes right up. We don't care. Wherever you want it. Wherever. If you have trouble making it stick, add the least little touch of paint thinner. Least little touch, not much. Not much. It doesn't take much. You can always add a little more. It's a son of a gun to try to get rid of it, though. There. Just a little. And we're just tapping. Just tapping. See, now we get a little more of the yellow ochre here. Maybe, oh, I don't know. You could put all kinds of little dooders. Wherever. Wherever. Now with the 2-inch brush, we'd probably already been finished with this. But this is more fun. There. But see, it already is beginning to look like little hills that are back here. Maybe Jack Frost is playing his way through. Autumn's beginning to come. The colors are turning. Some of the little birds are flying south for the winter. There, I live in Florida, so the little birds come to see me during the winter. There we are. All right. In this series, I've showed you Peapod, my little pocket squirrel, a whole bunch of times. He's my friend. Okay, little touch here. You decide. Maybe there's another little duder here. You put as many of these in as you want. You can create these illusions anywhere that you want them. Anywhere that you want them. Put a little dark right there. There we are. See? But look at the distance in that already. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 planes. 6 planes in there. Now, I know you're not interested in selling paintings and making all that money, but if you should be, these little planes show distance in painting, and they're what make paintings sell. People like that, to be able to look into a painting and just see forever. And it's very simple. Very, very simple. You can do it. You can do it. All right. There we are. Something like so. Okay. Now you can also take and put a little titanium white on the brush, or even a little liquid white. That's a little too stiff. We'll use liquid white. And you can pick out a few areas and really sparkle them. Don't do too many though. If you do too many, it'll lose the effectiveness of it. Just here and there. Just here and there. All right, let me wash the old brush. This little round brush is not as much fun as a 2-inch brush to wash and beat. But it's not bad. It's not bad. Now then, let's mix up a big old pile of color here. Let's have some fun. Let's take some Prussian blue, black. We'll put some phthalo green in it, brown, it doesn't matter, crimson, just all the dark colors. All right. Now there are many, many, many ways to paint bushes and stuff. I want to show you one that's very simple. If you've never painted and you're afraid to try because you say it's too difficult, watch this. We'll take this little round brush and I'm going to load a lot of paint in it. Just a lot of paint. You need a pile of paint to work out of. Don't be stingy with paint here. A lot of paint. Now, figure out, maybe we'll have some water down here. Maybe there's some little weeds that grow back in here. Look at there. See how easy that is? All you got to do is take and tap it. Just tap it. It's like playing the war drum here. My father was a Cherokee Indian, so I can play the war drum here. But see that? Isn't that fantastic? Anybody can paint. There are no big secrets to it. We give them all to you here. Give you all the secrets. Now then, if you want a reflection, decide where you want it. Pull straight down. That's all. That's all. It's a little easier with a 2-inch brush because you've got a little more hair to work with. But just pull it straight down, like that, and then very gently go across. And you have instant reflections. That easy. That easy. Now, you want to put some highlights on those? We'll do it the same way. Now, I'm not going to load it as deep. Notice it's not as deep as a dark color is. I just went through the yellow because it has blue on there. You'll get instant green. All right, now, wherever you want a little highlight, all you do is touch. Now, I want to leave these dark so they'll stand out, but that's all you're going to do. A few right in here. I don't want too many because I want this to stay dark. We'll do this in the foreground, and I'll show you how to put more highlight. Okay? But that's about all we need there. Little touch of the liquid white. Maybe a little more. Little more. Put a little blue in there. Just a small amount to change the flavor. And we'll come right up in here. And let's make the indication of a little water line. I don't want one that's very distinct. Just the indication. If you put one in here that's too bright, too much paint, all you got to do is rub it, and it'll just be absorbed right into what's there. That's all there is to it. Now let's do that again. Back to deep loading the brush. A lot of paint. A lot of paint. Once again, you need a pile of paint if you want to do this, so you can really load the brushes thick with paint. Now, all you do is just tap. Let's just say, this is so easy, it's almost unbelievable. If you've never painted, I believe you can do this. I really believe you can do this painting. It's that simple. There. Something about like that. Because that's one of the things we do. We travel around and teach people to paint who honestly don't think they have any talent, or they say they never could. And recently we were on the Phil Donahue show, and they picked us out, 5 people out of the audience who said they absolutely could not paint, had no talent, no experience, and knew they couldn't do it. We worked with them for just over 2 hours, and if you saw the show, They produce beautiful paintings. I was as proud as an old mother hen. And Phil himself, he just took a videotape home and painted with it. Shoot, he didn't even need any instructions, but I think he's good at everything he tries, if you'll know the truth. I'm going to go back, get a little more of that color. Once again, I notice I haven't loaded it as deep as I did the dark, because I just want these highlights to be more on the top. Okay, let's try this. Sometimes you have to thin the paint a little to make it come off. There, see? It just looks like old swamp grass. And then just work with individual little clumps. If one's too bright, just continue to tap it. That dark color will absorb it, and it'll go away and leave you. Just go away and leave you. There we are. I'm going to add a little touch of paint thinner to my paint. See? And then it comes off so much easier. Just have to barely hit it. There. But you can make beautiful effects. Beautiful effects just doing this. You can even touch it this way and give it a little upward push if you want to make little small grassy areas. See there? That's all. That's really all there is to it. There we are. Okay. Now then, we can, once again, just a little reflection here and there. There. Little touch of our liquid white on the knife. Come right in like that. We put us a little, just a happy little water line right in there. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Something about like so. There. Now then, let's do the same thing over here. Put some grassy areas. That's working so well. I like that. That's fun. That is fun. Where do we want this one? Right there. We'll just tap in all kinds of little dooders. There. See there? And you just decide where the reflection is. Just divide it up with the reflection. That's all there is to it. Put a little color in. I'm going to grab the 2-inch brush just because it's a little faster. You really could do just about this entire painting with nothing but this small brush. All right. A little paint thinner. Then I'm going to go through the greens again, just so we can highlight. And we'll put in just a few little dooders like that. Not many, not too many. Don't kill all your dark area. There we are. Now, I know. Watch here. Let me find the old fan brush. I see something. We'll put some more dark color in there. I'm running out of color. Same colors. Choop, choop. Load the old brush full of paint. A lot of paint, both sides. All right. And maybe right there. Maybe in our world there lives just a little evergreen tree. They live right here in your fan brush. Just sort of scare them out. All right, I'll give them a friend. See there? Just like that. Just like that. And if there was 2 there, sooner or later there'd be 3. You know how them trees are. There. I'm going to take that color, leave it right on the fan brush, go right through a little bit of yellow, and it'll give us instant green for highlights. Don't want a lot of highlights, just enough to make them stand out a little. And that's really about all we want. It's really about all we want. Now, a little water. I know, let's get crazy. We got a minute or so left here. Back to my old brush. It's got all that dark color. Sometimes, I told you we'd get crazy here. Sometimes it's fun. I know. We'll just let this go. There it is. Just look. See there? But don't be afraid to try things. Shoot. Take a chance sometime. In painting, you can take all the chances you want. Go out on a limb. Go out on a limb once in a while. Take a chance. Shoot, I learned a long time ago, that's where the fruit grows, is out on the end of the limb. All the good things are there. Take a chance. Don't be afraid of it. Especially in painting, you're not going to hurt anything. There. All the little grassy areas. See them? That easy. Leave some dark in there though. Vary your colors. Just a little. But leave some of those little dark holes in there. And you can figure out where all your little water lines are back here. You sort of have to make all these decisions. Where do they live? Maybe just little things in there. This looks like some of the swamps in Florida almost. But we don't have these kind of foothills. But this would be a beautiful way of making little swamp scenes. Okay. I'm going to take my little script liner brush, little dark sienna, little Van Dyke brown just mixed together here on the brush. A lot of paint thinner. A lot of paint thinner. Maybe even a little black too, on it dark. All right, maybe in our world. Shoot. You know me. Now this isn't going to be that big a tree. I know, you think I'm going to put a huge tree in there. I'm just going to put a junior-sized tree. Just like so. If you have trouble making the paint flow, add paint thinner to your brush. That's all there is to it. If it's thin enough, it'll slide right over here. Maybe this old tree's dead. I hate it, but it happens. There. So just put as many arms as you think are remaining on him. Just as many as you think are remaining. We'll give him a little friend right here. Maybe it's the same tree in both of them. Maybe both of them pooped out. All right. Tell you what, let's sign this little devil and call it finished. Take a little red, and we'll sign it. I really hope you've enjoyed this little painting. It's one of the most simple paintings you'll ever come across, and you can do it. From all of us here, I'd like to wish you happy painting. God bless, my friend. Hi, welcome back. Certainly glad you could join us today. I thought today maybe we'd just do a happy little desert scene, just something that is very calm and peaceful, and I think you'll enjoy it. So let's start out and have run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with us. While they're doing that, let me show you what I got going up here. I have my standard old pre-stretched double prime canvas. As usual, I use an 18 by 24 inch canvas, but you use any size that's convenient for you. Today I've taken a little contact paper and cut an oval out and stuck it on. After I had the contact paper stuck on there, then I've just taken and covered the inside area here with a very thin coat of liquid white. So the canvas is all wet and slick and ready to go, so let's just do a fun painting today. I thought today we'd start with the old 2-inch brush. What the heck? Big old 2-inch brush. We'll put a little Prussian blue on there and a little black. We'll just mix them together right on the brush. So we have black and blue, or blue and black, depending on your preference. There. It's the way I look when I get home late. There we go. All right, let's just go right up in here. And we'll just start like so, just using little X's. I'm holding the brush flat and making little X's. Let me get a little more color on the brush. There. Something about like so. We don't know. Maybe I'll have some long, stringy clouds in there, so we'll just leave some areas open. Then we'll come back and we'll fill those up with beautiful little clouds. Show you a very simple way of making some clouds that are fun and they're effective and you'll like them. There we go. Maybe a little back in here. Wherever, we don't care. Something about like that. All right, and now we come to my favorite time of the whole painting already. Let's wash the old brush. Because if you've painted with me before, you know that may be the highlight of the painting. All right, we just scrub it right against the screen in the bottom of the can with odorless thinner in the can. Shake off the excess. And we just cover everybody in the studio. And with a clean brush, just going to quickly go across that. just remove any excess paint. Now then, I'm going to take a little touch of yellow ochre, a little yellow ochre, and go right into the titanium white. Just load some color in the bristles. Okay, let's go back up here. And today I'm just going to tap in happy little cloud. Just take the brush and just tap. Just tap. Just think about some shapes that you'd like to have in your world and tap them in. No big deal. Easy. Easy. You can do this. Anybody can do this. There we go. In our newsletter, we just featured a lady who was in her 90s and just beginning to paint. Isn't that fantastic? There's no age barriers in this. Anybody can do it. All right. We're just tapping in some happy little clouds. That's all. Maybe there's one that lives right about there. Just basically wherever you think one should live, that's exactly the right place for it. Okay. And that's all we need. Now we'll take and clean the old brush again. There. Probably just want to clean the brush again. I'll look for excuses. There. Shake it off. And there we go. Now then, very lightly, just graze the canvas, because you can always add more pressure, and begin blending this. And automatically, beautiful little clouds will just appear. And you can pull them, because there's liquid white on the canvas, it's wet. You can pull these clouds around. You can move clouds in your world. That easy. See there? Never knew you had that much power. But on this piece of canvas you do. When you go home, you may be like me. You have no power at all. But here you can do anything. Anything. All right. Okay. Let's take the knife, take a little Prussian blue, a little alizarin crimson, mix them together. I'll make a lavender color, but I want it to the blue side. When you make lavender out of these two colors, you can have it to the red side or the blue side. Sometimes you need to put a little white paint out there and check it out. See if that's what you want or not. That's pretty good. Let's use that. Shoot, I like that. Okay. Cut off our little roll of paint. Lives right on the edge of the knife. Let's go right up in here. And we have to make some major decisions already. Where in the world do our little mountains live? Where do they live? Here they are. There. See? And these are going to be far away. I'm not looking for a lot of detail in these. In fact, I'm looking for almost no detail. Because detail indicates closeness. And I don't want them to look close. I want them to look far away. Maybe something about like that. How's that? And the only thing you're worried about at this point is a nice top edge. You could care less what's happening in here. It makes no difference. In fact, I'm scraping very firmly, trying to get off all the excess paint. There we go. Let me go back to our old 2-inch brush, and I just want to grab this and just blend it out a little bit. Just a little. There. Just blend it out. Because that's basically all I'm going to do in these little distant mountains. Once again, I don't want them to get ate up with too much detail. I want to keep them very soft, very far away. Just brush strokes, so it will create the illusion of detail, but you've done nothing. Shh, that's our secret. That's our secret. Now then, let's take a tiny bit of that white, and it had yellow ochre in it. Maybe I'll add just a touch more yellow ochre. So we got white and a little yellow ochre. I want to create mist down here. So I'm just going to take a little of that and rub it. Just rub it. See, just sort of let it play around in there. That old knife will just do wonderful things if you just allow it to. Don't be afraid of it. Don't be afraid of it. See there? Now, you may not see a lot of that yet, but when we're finished, that'll come out to look like a nice, soft, misty area. There. Something like so. See there? And you have to decide how far up your mist lives and how bright it is, how quiet it is. It's up to you. Up to you. Because in your world, you can create any illusion that you want. Any illusion. There. Okay. Now that'll give us a little background mountain, one that's far away, Not much going on in its world. I'm going to take some more blue and crimson. I just didn't mix up enough before. Same color, same identical color. There we go. Now, cut off our little roll of paint, just like we had. And let's go back up here, come right up in here. Let's start right in here, and maybe this comes up. We're going to have a big, strong mountain that lives in the foreground. We'll put a little more detail in that rascal, because he's closer to us. Unlike the one that lives far away, that we don't want detail in. This one, we'll have a little more detail in. Maybe like that. Well, that's a nice old mean looking mountain. Shoot, I tell you what, maybe he had a good day. Maybe he got even stronger. It went way up to the top here. Way up to the very top. It's up to you. See, just change your mind if you want to. You can put your mountain anywhere you want, any shape you want. In this technique, we don't do any drawing, any tracing. We just we learn to create as we paint. That may be the beauty of this. There we go. We learn to create as we paint the scene. Maybe this goes, who knows? Maybe it comes all the way across. If you want it to come all the way across and be some little rolling hills back here, maybe on this end, you can do that. We just take the knife and rub that too. There. Wipe off the excess paint. You can do entire paintings using nothing but the knife, and they're gorgeous. Some of the earlier series, we've done 1 or 2 paintings using the entire knife. It's a little harder to do in the time frame that we have, but you can do it. You really can do it, and it's gorgeous. I do a lot of them when I'm at home, using nothing but the knife. See, if you want to put another layer, I get carried away doing this. If you want to put another little layer in there, you just put a little more paint on. Decide where that next layer lives, and we'll just rub it a little bit too. Like that. I've had people tell me over and over again, I bet your house is full of paintings. You know, it's funny. Most artists, I think, are like me. They sort of pick their own paintings apart. Every time I walk by it, I see something that in my mind I think I could have done better, or it's not exactly what I wanted. So in my own home, I hang other people's paintings. I have paintings that people have sent me. I have paintings that some of our instructors have done. I even have a couple of paintings my son Steve done, which are very, very special to me. There. And I have a lot of paintings by very close friends and associates. Annette Kowalski, my partner, she does the most gorgeous flowers you've ever seen. I have some of her paintings hanging around. In fact, Annette's doing her first book on flowers now, which will be out soon. I think you'll really enjoy that, because she can paint some flowers. Whew. I'm gonna get her on the show here one day and get her to show you what she can do. Because I'm not much of a flower painter, but she paints them well enough for both of us. There, I'm just taking off some of this excess paint. I want this to remain very dark though. And we can take a big brush and wipe it. That too will remove paint. We're going to put some highlights in there. So the more of this paint that you can remove, the easier it is to make the next layer stick. But yet I don't want to lose this dark value. It's important to me. It's very important. Okay, let's mix this up a little highlight color. And for that, let's use some dark sienna. Oh, we'll put some bright red in there. Some bright red. Let's put a little white. Shoot, maybe even a little crimson here and there. I want some yellow ochre. Well, we got a mess going there, don't we? You just sort of piddle around till you find a color that you like, and I like that. So we cut off our little roll of paint, and we go back up here, and now we just begin picking out little things that will make our mountain look special. And today I'm just going to sort of touch it and sort of just rub the knife on there a little bit. Just rub it out. Normally I would pull it down, but today I'm just going to sort of rub the knife on there just to create all kinds of little things. There we go. Something like so. Add a little white to some of it so it'll be a little bit brighter. And then you can take and pick out the areas that you think that light would strike as it zings across there and has a good time. There. I don't want this to get too bright though. Don't want it to get too bright. Okay, in fact, I'm going to sort of fuzz the edges right out. There. All right. Okay. Just something about like that. There. Maybe it comes all the way down. I don't know where it goes yet. We'll make that decision pretty soon. But right now, we don't really much care. We don't really much care. Okay, mix up a little more color, about to run out. And maybe out in here. There it comes. Just let that flow right down the side there. And we'll just let it sort of disappear off into to Never Never Land. Right there, only right there. Now then. Okay. I'll take some of that dark color that we had, and I'm going to retain this nice dark edge. Maybe it comes over and down and just disappears back here. But that dark edge is our separator. It's our good friend. Don't lose it. Don't lose it. See there? That's what separates. Pushes it back. Pushes him back. And you can put a little highlight or two here and there, wherever you think they should live. There. Deserts are fantastic places. There's a lot of fantastic wildlife in there. For example, there's a lot of cougars and big cats. And recently, I had an opportunity to spend a little time with a big old kitty cat that I think is just absolutely gorgeous. This kitty belongs to Carmen Shaw, and the cat was given to her, where she actually found it. I'll tell you that story in a minute. And all of Carmen's friends have named this beautiful cat Carmen after her. Now this was a kitty that somebody had purchased as a pet, and the little kitty turned into a great big cougar, grew up, and they decided they didn't want it anymore. So they put it in a little kennel cage, and they took it out and they left it in the woods to die. And when Carmen got this thing, it was just about dead. She worked with it for a long time, and she saved it. And this is one of the most beautiful animals God's ever created. Isn't he gorgeous? I can't imagine anybody hurting something like that. But I'm sort of strange. I like all these critters anyway. All right. But I love that big old kitty. I'm going to take a little sap green, a little yellow, maybe put a little yellow ochre and a little brown there, dull it down some. Ooh, I like that. And maybe in our world here, I'm going to just start laying a little color in. We do this, we'll just do a little of this with a knife. You could put it in with a brush or a knife. I want to just put the indication that there's some little things happening back here at the base of this mountain. We don't know exactly what they are. Some little green things that are growing right back in here. Don't want them too bright though. Don't want them to be distracting. Just some little things. There. Just have to wipe the knife off every once in a while. But all I'm doing is just rubbing the knife. Just rubbing it. You see there? I say you could take the 1-inch or 2-inch brush and you could lay these in much faster. But I like this effect. It's very soft, very misty. You just sort of don't know where edges start and stop here that way. Just very pretty. Very pretty, but we all have individual tastes, so you do it however makes you happy. A little of that mountain color right here, we'll just blend that down in here too. What the heck. Shoot, here and there we might even hit a little of that lavender that we used in the base of the mountain. Just to sort of, so all the tones come together. It's your world, so you decide. Got to make big decisions. That's a responsibility that comes with painting. There. We're speaking of big cats. Yesterday I had the opportunity to go to one of the most fantastic zoos I've ever seen. And it's right outside of Muncie here where we filmed the show, and it's called Me Zoo. And Me stands for Max and Eileen, the people who started it. And they have a lot of very exotic animals, beautiful animals. But what makes this zoo so special, I think, is the fact that they devote their whole life to sharing this fantastic zoo with other people, especially handicapped children, the elderly, people who are very sick. And it's all free to them. Every bit of it's free. These two fantastic people have literally spent everything they have to create this zoo, and they give it away. And that's what makes it so special. You can find a zoo anywhere in the country, but you can't find people like this. And you know what makes it more special than anything else? Max has a terminal illness, and this is how he has chose to spend the rest of his life, is helping other people through his animals. That's what makes it so special. So if you're ever around the Muncie or Indianapolis area, stop by and say hello, tell them I sent you. There. Okay, maybe in our world, let me clean off my knife. Tell you what, let's do. Let's take the old filbert brush. What the heck? I'll go into a little bit of the Van Dyke brown, pick up a little black, put in there with it. Shoot dark sand too, we don't care, whatever you get. And maybe back here, maybe there's some old cactus. If we're gonna do a desert scene, we need to have an old cactus. There he is. This old filbert brush, it makes the right shape pretty easy. Maybe he's got another arm right there. 2 or 3 of them right close together. There's one. How many cactus you have in your painting, that's up to you. Let's give that one a little arm, like that. Another one right there. That'll give us a few. You can just take this old filbert, push upward. Look, make the indication of some little bushes that live far back there. See there? Just push them in. Just push them in. Just sort of like you're putting foam on an ocean if you painted oceans with me. I just take that same brush, go into the yellows, Indian yellow, cad yellow, yellow ochre, a little bit of blue with it. That'll make a gorgeous green or a little sap green. And then let's just put a few little highlights here and there. Just a few. Want them to stay sort of muted though. I don't want them real bright. There. Isn't that neat? These are far away, so we're not seeing a lot of detail now. Just enough to make them stand out. Leave some of them totally dark. Don't cover them all up with highlights. Sometimes it gets feeling good and you don't know when to stop. I have that trouble all the time. So, there. Tell you what, we got a little lavender left right here. Let's just put some little doers like this back here with a knife. Some little rock formations maybe that are far back in there. Whatever. Just sort of, you expect this if you're painting little pictures from Arizona, New Mexico, and all those gorgeous areas. There, something about like so. That's good enough. We'll take some of that nice, this was the color I used to highlight the mountains. And maybe right under here, we can begin applying just a little bit of sand color. Something like that. There we go. See there? I'm going to take a little white. It's got a little yellow ochre in it. Not much, just a little, mostly white. And just begin putting in some highlights right on that. Barely grazing it. Barely grazing it. See there? Just to make it look like, oh, sand and rocks and all those things that are out there. Shoot, we don't know where it goes. Don't know that we care. Wherever it wants to go. It's just right. Just right. Shoot, I like making them cactus. Let's make another one. Black, browns, both browns and blacks is all I used in here. And maybe we have a big old cactus in our world. Yep, we do now. And he lives right there. Just using the old filbert. The old filbert brush. Give him an arm. Doop. Maybe he's got a friend. Lives right there with him. Who knows? Maybe he's got 2 friends. He's a popular little cactus. Shoot, maybe he's got a party going on here. Who knows? As I say, make up little stories when you paint. Shoot, that's what makes it fun. I'm going to take a little of that green color and just come down here and just go right over it so it has a little green flavor to it. And just make a little cad yellow, little sap green. There we go. Just something like so. Now then, we'll take some more of that. This is basically that lavender color I was using. And maybe there's some little bushes and stuff that live right along in here. Maybe there's a big bush lives right there by the cactus. That'd be a good place to live. Under this old cactus, there'd be a multitude of wildlife that lives in it. So it'd be a good place to see some beautiful scenes right there. Right there. And then take a little bit of our yellow ochre, cad yellow, little sap green, and let's come back in here and just pop in a few little highlights. I'm still using a little filbert. Today I'm just using a little filbert, but you use whatever brush works well for you. I'm liking it today. I'm gonna get a little bright red in there too. Heck, I gotta have a little sparkler here and there. Deserts have some gorgeous color in them sometime. It's like God had his paintbrush out and he just went crazy with color. You ever seen the desert after it comes a rain and everything lights up? Just lights up. That's got to be the most gorgeous, gorgeous thing. There, let's take a little, that blue and white, put in here. There, maybe there's a little bush. It's about that color in there. I like that. I like that one. I like that one. Let's take a little bit of our soil colors, dirt color, whatever you want to call it. Put right under here. Something like that. Just need this dark so our light will show up on top of it. Look at there. Now then, let's take a little, we'll use some more yellow ochre and white. I like that. Put a little of that in there. This painting has a lot of color in it. I didn't know it was going to have that much color when I started it, but now I like it. I like that. All right. Okay, let's go back into, we had some nice lavender color we was using here. Pop in another little bush. Maybe it lives right there. Let's put one on the other side too. Maybe there's one right in there. I don't know. If you think there should be one there, then there should be. We go back to our greens, little sap green, yellow ochre. Put a little of that here and there, like so. Clean off the old brush. I won't go back to that blue and white. I like that blue and white. It's a cool color amongst all these warm colors, so it sort of stands out. There, a little bit more of that. There, see it? It's just a nice, refreshing, cool little area in your painting. Now we'll just take the old knife. Let me clean it off. It's dirty. And just blend these areas together here, where they come together, something like so. There. Shoot, I think we're ready to take the contact paper off and see what we got. It looks pretty cute. So let's grab a hold of it, give it a little pull, and look at that. Isn't that a fantastic little scene? And it's very simple to do. You can do it. Take a little bright red, little paint thinner, right on the liner brush, and I think we'll sign this little painting. We'll sign it right here, because we can sign it anywhere we want. There we go. Since I have a very short name, it's no problem just to stick it right in there. And with that, I think we have a finished painting. I really hope you've enjoyed this one. Give it a try. I'd love to hear from you and know how you do with it. From all of us here, happy painting, and God bless, my friend. Hello, I'm Bob Ross, and I'd like to welcome you to the 29th Joy of Painting series. If this is your first time with us, allow me to extend a personal invitation for you to get your brushes and your paints and paint along with us each show. And if you've been with us before, please allow me to thank you for inviting us back for another series of painting shows. We'll use about a dozen colors of some unorthodox brushes, and each show I'll show you how to put some of nature's masterpieces right here on the canvas. So I tell you what, let's get started. Today we'll have them run all the colors across the screen right there that you need to paint along with us. While they're doing that, let me tell you what I've got going up here. Today I'm using an 18 by 24 inch double prime pre-stretched canvas, but you use whatever size you'd like. And I've just covered the entire canvas with a very thin coat of liquid white. The liquid white is designed just to make the canvas wet and to make it slick. It allows us to actually blend color right here on the canvas. Makes your whole painting life a lot easier. So let's get started. I thought today we'd just do a very simple little scene that I hope you'll enjoy. Let's start with a little 2-inch brush and a touch of the alizarin crimson. And we just load a little bit right into the bristles. Pull a little paint out, tap the bristles firmly to assure a nice even distribution of paint all the way through the bristles. And let's go right up here. And we'll take this old brush and just making little X's, little crisscross strokes. We'll just very quickly drop in just a little warm part in the sky here. Maybe we'll have a little pink in the sky. I sort of like that. And in our world, we can do anything that we want to do here. Any old thing. There. Doesn't take too long when you're using a brush that's 2 inches wide. Okay, without even cleaning the brush, we'll go right into little phthalo blue. I like phthalo blue. It's a very warm blue, very nice. Once again, just tap a little color into it, and let's go back up here. And still using our little crisscross strokes, X's. That's all they are, little X's. We'll just apply a little bit of the phthalo blue, something about like so. Then we'll come back after we clean the brush and blend that together. Now the blue is many, many times stronger than this little pink area. It'll just eat it up, so be careful, it'll all go away. If you want to make the indication of a happy little cloud, all you do is just sort of tap. Little stringy cloud just lives right there in the brush, and that easy. We'll blend him out, have a little stringer cloud there. Let's see, while we have that on there, let's have some water in this painting. I love water, and it's very easy to paint in this style. Still water is always level. And I think today we'll have still water. So pull from the outside in. Outside in. Something about like so. All right. While I have a little brush going, I want to darken the corners a little bit. I'm going to take a little Prussian blue and just add in the corners here and there. A little bit up there. And we'll go over to the other side and add a little more, and then down to the bottom. And we'll put a little down here too. I'm just putting a little Prussian blue in each corner to darken it. And then the most fun part of this whole technique is washing the brushes. Since these are oil paints, we're washing our brushes with odorless paint thinner. Shake off the excess and just beat the devil out of it. That's really the most fun part of it. Now with a clean brush, and it's relatively dry from just beating it, we'll start in the light area, which is the pink, and we'll blend it all together. Something about like so. That's all there is to it. Okay, and down here we'll just do the same thing. There. But it's that easy, that easy. What's so fantastic about this is that anybody can put a little masterpiece on canvas with just a little bit of practice, a vision in your mind, and off you go. All right, that's working so well. Take a little white, a little bit of the blue, and grab a little more of the titanium white. I want to make a light blue color here, mostly phthalo blue. And let's just tap a little color into the bristles. This old 2-inch brush will do marvelous things. Watch here, watch here, watch here. It's fun. Just take the corner of the brush and just pull down. Something about like so. Straight down, straight down. I want to make it look like little distant trees live far back in the distance. A little more color, and we'll just have it, there we go, I don't know, right there. In your world, you create any illusion that you want. There, but I want to keep the bottom light so it looks like mist. You could even take another 2-inch brush, and I have several, and tap it. Really get in there and tap it, and then lift upward. It'll help create that illusion of mist right down at the bottom. And sometimes it's a lot of fun to put several layers. It helps create depth in your painting. And for that, we'll add a little more blue, but we make it a little darker. Add a little bit of Prussian blue to it and make it a little darker, but the same thing. And we'll come back and let's put another little layer in here. Just touching and pulling downward. That's all we're doing. That's really all we're doing. something about like that. There. And we don't know where that goes. It doesn't matter at this point. And back to our other 2-inch brush, and we'll tap this. I want to create mist again. Notice this separation. It's caused because of the difference in color, difference in value. And that misty area turns out to be your very best friend. Take care of it. Treasure it. There. Okay. Let's have some more fun. Let's see. Let's take some black, some Prussian blue, and a little phthalo blue. It doesn't matter. We just throw it on there. Crimson too. What the heck? Be brave. Be brave. I'll put a little sap green in there too. It's getting close enough we should begin seeing some color. A little bit of white. Don't want it totally dark yet. There. Perfect. Okay, let me wipe the old knife off. And let's get us fan brush. We'll use a fan brush. Load it full of color. Both sides. Both sides. Okay, let's go up in here. Now maybe in our world there lives, it does now, some little trees back in here. Now these are a little closer. You're seeing a little more detail, a little more distinct. There. And we just drop them in. We don't know where they go. Wherever you want them. That's exactly where they should live. Don't put too much detail in here. It's too far away. You're not going to see a lot of detail. You see detail when it's very close to you. When things are far away, you make out form, shape, basic color. That's all. Save your detail to the foreground. The lack of detail helps also create that illusion of distance and depth in your painting. It's very, very important. Very important. Okay. I'm going to tap a little of that. That'll help create that illusion of mist down there too. There, lift slightly upward, lightly. Just a little bit, see? Now then, you know, when I was a traditional painter, one of the hardest things to make effectively was reflections. Watch how easy. I'll take some of that same color. We'll take a 2-inch brush touch and pull down. Just pull straight down. It's most important that it goes straight down. Something like so. Straight down. Make those little noises. And very lightly go across. There. And instantly we have some nice reflections. That's simple. Now here's something that's fun. You can take a little, I just use a little white. If you want to create another plane in your painting, take a little white and lift upward. And it'll make little areas back here that looks like a whole different plane, and the white will end up looking like little trunks in those trees. There, that easy. Let's put a little water line. For that we'll use a liquid white. Pull it out very flat, flat as you can get it. Cut across, okay? And we can go right up in here. And we can just drop in just a little water line. Just a happy little water line lives back in here somewhere. We don't know where it is. Don't know that we even care. Just let your imagination take you anywhere you want to go. A lot of times I start a painting and have nothing in mind but the time of day and the time of year. And from that, you can paint some fantastic little scenes. Don't worry about it. You don't always have to have a perfect vision in your mind of what it is you're going to paint. Imagination is, it's like any other muscle in your body, or like a muscle in your body. The more you practice, the better it becomes. Take some black Prussian blue. I'm going to put some phthalo green in there. I like phthalo green. Maybe a little crimson. There we go. All right, let me wipe off the knife. I just wiped the knife on a little old paper towel. I would just use that brush, a little fan brush. Load some color into it, both sides of the brush. Both sides. Let's go up in here. Let's have a little evergreen tree. He lives right there. See? Just make a line, take the corner of the brush, make a touch. Make another one, and just sort of work from the center out. There it goes. It's easier to do them fast than it is slow, though. Here they come. Just sort of back and forth. I had a lady in class one time told me it was like making Z's, the letter Z. She called them Z trees. So I guess that's as good of an analogy as any. From the center out. The center of the tree should be the thickest, darkest, strongest part of the tree. Because you have leaves on the back, you have a trunk in the middle, And you have leaves on this side. We'll have one more in there. There we go. I have a little family of trees. You know, if you've painted with me before, I think everybody should have a friend, even a tree. Even a tree needs a friend. Now, if you want to reflect those, just pop in some general indications of where they are. No big deal, see? Because we don't make mistakes here. We have happy accidents. Very quickly, you learn to work with anything that happens. Take the big brush, pull down, straight down once again, and then go across. And we have instant reflections. I just use that same fan brush. It has that color we made the tree out of it. And I go through cad yellow and a little yellow ochre. Immediately we have green. There we are. Let's go up in here. And we can take that green, and let's go back and put some highlights on our little evergreen trees. There they go. All right, this little tree here. He's saying, don't leave me out. I need some too. There we are. There we are. There we are. All right. Now, I'll put a little liquid white right on that same brush because I want to lighten the color and make it a little thinner. A thin paint will stick to a thick paint. We mix them back up again. Let's go back up here. And we can just take this brush and let's just pop in the indication of some little bushes that live down here, right down in his little foots. Something about like that. How's that? That looks like a little island. Let's put some dirt there. Let's take some white, a little dark sienna, mix them together, cut off a little roll of paint. Let's go up in here. And we'll take this and we'll just put the indication here. A little bit of soil, some dirt, some kind. Got to have a place if this is a little island for all this to sit on. All right. See there? That's all there is to it. Okay. All right, we got to figure out something to do on the other side now. Let's have some fun. Let's have some fun. You know, if you've painted with me before, I like old big trees. Let's take a little bit of that color right there. Let's go right up in here. This is your bravery test. Take the corner of the old 2-inch brush and let's just begin laying in a basic shape here for a tree that lives right there. Right there. Big old tree. But he's a nice tree. There he is. All right, while I got that brush going, tell you what, maybe let's do something about like this. And we'll just tap in all kinds of little bushy looking areas. You have to decide what lives here, how far it goes, how tall is it, how short is it, fat, skinny, in between. It's your world. And in your world, you make all the decisions. All the decisions. There we are. See, we're just putting some dark in here, so later on, our light color will show. We'll just grab grab another one. There's a fan brush right there. Take a little white, a little bit of the dark sienna. Just want to make the indication here, maybe a little tree trunk, maybe a little more dark sienna. That's nice. Okay, and right here, just want some indications. I'm going to put some happy little leaves on there, so we're going to cover most of those up. Most of them won't show. We'll go right into that, get a little sap green, a little bit of the yellow. We'll just put it right on this 2-inch brush. Give it a little push. Good shot there. You can see that well. Okay, let's go up in here. Now I want to put some leaves on here. Use just the corner of the brush. Just the corner of the brush. There we go. See? That's all there is to it. Just the corner. Think about shape and form. Drop these little rascals in wherever you want them. Wherever. You really are the creator on this piece of canvas. You can do anything. You can move rivers, mountains, create any illusion that you want here. When I go home, the only power I have is over the garbage. I can take it to the street all by myself. But here, I can do anything. Absolutely anything. I decided I wanted a bush right there. And tell you what, let's get crazy. You know me. If you've painted with me before, I like big trees, and we have one living in our world right there. There he comes. We should have done this with a 2-inch brush. It'd have been a lot faster. There we go. Just drop it in wherever you think it should be. All right. Boy, that's a big tree. I wasn't kidding. This is a monster tree. Huge tree. And you could have done it with a 2-inch brush just as easy, but much quicker. I like the old fan brush. It gives you a little more detail. Here we go with my smaller tree, because I think he needs a friend. There. Okay, just drop it in. All we're doing once again is putting in the background color. You could put this in with a paint roller. It doesn't matter, as long as the shape was right. We'll come back and separate all of this with some nice highlights. Here's a little brown and white. We'll put the indication just here and there of a trunk. Just what you can see here and there. There, you don't see it all because you have leaves on this side. We'll go back to our little fan brush, go right through the cad yellow, yellow ochre, load some color into it. Let's go back up in here and let's put a highlight or two on here. Evergreens are normally darker than other trees, so don't kill all the dark area in your evergreen. It happens sometimes. It gets feeling good and you don't know when to stop. There. And the base of the tree should be darker than the top. There's big shadow areas underneath. In those shadow areas is where all my little friends live. In previous shows we've had, like Peapod the pocket squirrel, my little squirrel that lives with me. We've had him on the show. But this is the kind of places that he likes. Let's take a little bit of color. Let's use the 1-inch brush. We'll go through get some sap green and some yellow, load a lot of color into the brush. More sap green. That's nice. All right, then we can go up here and we can begin picking out individual bushes, one at a time, one at a time. There's a happy little bush. He lives right there. You knew he was there, didn't you? And he's got a little friend named Clyde. Lives right over here. There he is. So you could give all these things names, personalities. Shoot, it's okay. I'm going to take the little oval brush, dip it in some paint thinner. We'll go through some midnight black and some brown on one side. I want to load it full of color, like that. Then I'm going to take, and with the other side, I got some light brown I made earlier. I'm just going to go through, see, like that. Put a little black in it, make it a little dark. Ooh, that's nice. Now, with that, I just want to come up here and make the indication, we can't see them, too much of them, some rocks that live up there. Just some happy little rocks. Maybe there's one there, something wherever. Just some indications. Then we'll come back with our brush we were making the bushes with, and we'll settle those right down into the painting. There now, see? Now they become part of the painting. There we go. Just like so. And we'll make all kinds of little bushes and trees and happy little things that live here in our world. All right. Okay. Shoot. If we had such a place as that, I'd have to go fishing there. I like to fish. But I'm not a very good fisherman. I catch a little fish and take the hook carefully out of his mouth and put a Band-Aid on him, a little CPR, and pat him on the tutu and put him back in the water and go back and catch him again another day. But we'd have to have a way to get up here if we was going to catch that fish. We'd take a little of the Van Dyke Brown, and let's have us a little path. We had to walk all through these bushes, mosquitoes would get us, so let's have us a little path that we can walk back in here and catch that big old trout or bass, whatever it is that lives in here. There, take a little bit of, let's find some white, little dark sienna, mix it together. Make a little highlight color, just barely touching, barely. Let it graze, let it graze. That easy, that easy. About like so. Okay, there. Now then, let's put something on this side. You have something on the other side of the path. Now let's go on this side. Once again, I'm going to take a 1-inch brush. Notice that it's straight down and I'm pulling it in one direction. It's most important. That loads a lot of paint, and see, it rounds one edge. You want to turn it and put that rounded edge to the top. It's most important. And then we take that and we go right up in here. No pressure hardly, just enough to get the brush to touch the canvas. And we begin working on shape and form, and we create a bush or a tree that lives right there. That's all there is to it. And there's another one, but do one at a time. I know. Sometimes it starts working, you get greedy. Do one at a time. One at a time. I'm gonna put a little bright red on there. Maybe here's one right here. Oh yeah, it's got little, I don't know if you can see them, got little red flowers on the tip. Sneaky. There. And we can go back over in here, and we can begin adding in just little things that come out here on the path. About like that. All right. You got your brushes warmed up yet and you're ready? You can do this. You can do this. I know you can. I get letters every day from people all over the country that say they never believed they could paint, and they're doing it. Their friends and neighbors don't believe it when they look at their paintings, but they are doing it. There, I'm gonna put a little stick lives right there, a little old tree. Maybe this little tree died and he's naked now, just a skeleton hanging out here. And that happens in nature. There, so we can put little arms on him that are still hanging out. All right. All kinds of little dooders. Maybe over in here. And these little details are what'll make your painting look a little more finished. Take your time when you're doing these and just drop them in here and there and wherever. Take a little light brown with paint thinner on it. And when you mix this, get it very thin. This should be almost ink consistency. Turn the bristles. That'll bring it to a very sharp point. There you can see it good against that dark. All right. And where it's very dark, then we make little light trees. Where it's light, we make dark trees. Because they both exist in nature. So you can put little, see, now there's a little tree that lives back here. Just has a good time. Looks out over the water, talks to the fish. That's all there is to it. Another way of making little sticks and twigs, take your knife, just a clean knife, and you can reach up in here and just scrape right through the paint. See? And that'll make all kinds of little sticks. And let's come down here and we'll make a few more in here, wherever. You decide where they live. Sometimes these old evergreens here have old dead limbs hanging off of them. And you can do that just with a little flick of the knife. And shoot, with that, I think we about have a finished painting. It's that easy. Let's take a little bit of the paint thinner, a little bright red, and we'll sign this little rascal. I really hope you've enjoyed it. It's a very simple painting that you can do. And if you try it, I'd love to see some photographs of what you're doing. So if you have time, take a photograph, send to us. Let us hear from you. Until then, from all of us here, I'd like to wish you happy painting, and God bless, my friend. Hi, welcome back. Certainly glad you could join us today. Thought today we'd just do a fantastic little seascape, and I think you'll enjoy this one. So I tell you what, let's have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along. While they're doing that, let me show you what I've got done up here. Today I have my standard old pre-stretched canvas. The top is just plain, and I've covered it with a little bit of liquid white. The bottom we've covered with black gesso, allowed that to dry completely. And then I went back and I had to make some major decisions already. I'm going to have a big crashing wave in here. So where that wave is, I've put a little bit of phthalo green and phthalo blue mixed together, but it's to the green side. The top and underneath here I've covered with a little lavender made from alizarin crimson and phthalo blue. And the very bottom here I put a little Van Dyke brown. All of these colors are transparent enough that against this black gesso, they still look black. Oh, and one other thing. I covered the entire canvas with a thin, even coat of liquid clear before I put these transparent colors on. And that allows you to put a very small amount of paint on there instead of having to put it on so thick. And works better. Okay, let's have some fun today. Let's do something maybe that looks sort of like a little sunset. I'm going to start with a tiny bit of the Indian yellow. Don't need much on the 2-inch brush, just a little. Okay, let's go up in here. Maybe we'll have a little sun up here that's setting in the distance. So we'll just start off and just drop a little yellow right in here. Little bit of the Indian yellow. Something like so. And without cleaning the brush, I'm going to go into a little yellow ochre. Just a small amount. Because it'll mix with the liquid white and automatically you'll get all of these beautiful tones and values here. Okay, maybe a little bit of that yellow ochre up above. A little up above, and a little down below. There we are. All right. And we're just using little X's, little crisscross strokes. Something about like so. Maybe just a touch more of that. We'll let that sort of drift right on up here into the sky. Wherever. Okay, now then. I'll reach up here and grab the least little touch of alizarin crimson. Still in the same old brush. And we'll just work a little bit of that in. And we'll sort of let it work down into the yellow. And it'll blend together and makes beautiful, beautiful colors. There. Okay, now. Maybe at least a little touch more of that. Okay, good, good. I like it. Now for the very top, I'm going to take alizarin crimson and a little bit of the phthalo blue. And we'll just mix them on the brush because we don't need much. And we'll come right up in here. Maybe we'll put a little more blue. I want that a little more to the bluish side. So you sort of test it, and if it's not exactly what you want, change it, because this is your world. And on this piece of canvas, you can do anything that you want to do. We'll bring it right down to the red and stop. There we are. See, that red acts as a barrier between the yellow and the blue, and that way we don't end up with a bright green sky. Sometimes those bright green skies have a tendency to bother you. All right. That's the fun part of this. Of course, the camera crew here doesn't think so. Now with a clean, dry brush, and be sure it's dry. You want to keep this as dry as possible. I want to just blend all this together, starting in the light area and working outward. There we are. These are the kind of colors that just make you happy. They really make your day better when you have all these beautiful little colors. And you blend this till you can't tell where one color starts and the next color stops. And when you're doing this at home, sort of step back and take a look-see, because it's very difficult if you're standing right up against it to tell if your colors are blended properly. So stand back, get the old glass of iced tea, and just relax for a second and look at it. And if it needs more blending, then go back and blend it a little more. Tell you what, let's have some more fun. We get crazy. I'm take a little of the bright red, very small amount though. We don't need much. Just tap a little into the brush. Just a very small amount. And let's go right in here. And let's put a nice warm glow right here at the horizon. Something maybe about like that. Just a little pink, little pink. And by tapping, we can give the indication maybe there's a little cloud-looking thing there. Whatever, there we are. And then blend it. Good. And that'll look like a little pink area right at the horizon when we're done. Okay, let's get crazy today. I'm going to make some lavender using some phthalo blue and alizarin crimson. Proportionately, much more crimson than blue. Much more crimson than blue. All right, wipe off the knife. Now it's very difficult to tell what color that is because it's going to look black. Put a little white out there and mix it, and you can see what it's going to value down to, or what it's going to look like when you put it up on the canvas. Great. Today, let's use the old fan brush. What the heck? We'll take the fan brush and put just a small amount of color on it because it's very dark. We don't need a lot of color. Just a little. And let's go up in here. And maybe in our world there live some happy little clouds that just float around all day. Just take the corner of the brush and begin creating basic cloud shapes. But don't just throw them in at random. Make a basic shape when you do this. There we are. Something like that. Maybe there's some little stringy ones right down here at the horizon. Little stringy clouds. There. Maybe over here there's one that comes drifting in. Give them a friend here. Just however many you want in your world. Sort of look at it, make a big decision, and decide where you think they should be. Watch here, watch here. I want to show you something. Take your finger. Look here. Take a little white. Let's have a sun up here. Let's have a little sun. I think it would really work nice in this particular painting. And just blend it a little bit. Now let's have a little cloud that lives right here. Right there, just a little floater. There he is. He floats right around the sun here. Really, he has the view of a lifetime right here, because he can see everything. He's got the best light here. There. Okay, maybe he's got a friend that, maybe it floats right around here. I think everything needs a friend. Even an old cloud. Shoot. Gotta give him a friend too. Maybe this one comes right out. It comes right across the sun. But make up little stories about these little clouds and characters and whatever you have in your paintings. There. Speaking of little characters, in this series several times I've showed you my little squirrels. I want to show you another one. I'm just going to make a few clouds here while you're looking at these little rascals. But I think you really enjoy them. They're some of my special people. Here's one. He was on my settee one day, and I had some magazines out. And he had to sneak up and look at the magazines. And there's a fox, if you can see it, on that Florida Wildlife. And it sort of shook him up. I think he recognized the picture of that fox and knew he was sort of a natural enemy. But he did his little war dance and got out of there. But when squirrels get excited, it's easy to tell, because their little tails will just go crazy. I mean, they will do a dance. And that's so cute. There. Isn't he something else? And I have 2 males and 2 females. Shoot, who knows? Maybe pretty soon we'll have some little squirrels, if they calm down enough. There we are. And we're still putting in some little clouds here while you're watching the little rascals. All right. Shoot, we just going cloud crazy here. I tell you what, let's really get crazy. Here's a big one that lives up here. Maybe there's an old big one up here. Still just using the corner of the fan brush. And just let these old clouds float around the sky. Clouds should look very free. But you do need to do a basic cloud shape when you do this. In classes, sometimes I see people just bang a shape up there, and then they don't understand why it didn't turn into a cloud. You do have to do a basic shape. Then we'll just blend it a little bit. I want these clouds to remain quite dark today. So we're not going to do a whole bunch more to them other than blend them, soften the edges, and leave them alone. There. All right, I live in Florida, right outside of Orlando, where Mickey Mouse's house is at. And I'm not far from the ocean. I go down and study the ocean, or that's the excuse I use. Actually, I'm down there sort of playing and enjoying a few rays, but I act like I'm studying it and watch how water works. But if you have time to do that, or if you're close enough to an ocean to do it, it's a super way of learning how to make it all work and come together. If you don't, you can get books, or now they have videotapes that you can sit and study. You can see exactly how that water works, and it's a lot of fun. A lot of fun. There. All right, now all we're going to do today is just blend that a little bit. Just blend it. See there? That easy. Now these little stringy ones, all you have to do is just blend over the top of them. And they work just fantastic. They just sort of drop right in there. All right. And sometimes I like to play a little bit with clouds and maybe have a little projection in one that's, maybe this little projection is coming out a little more. So you can do that just by putting a little change of value in there. All right. Then we'll just blend that a little. It'll help give that illusion that sort of projecting out when it's all done. And if you ever do one you don't like, you just blend it into the other clouds. It'll just go away. There. I just beat the brush to knock any excess paint off. All right. Okay, let's wash this old brush. We wash our brushes with odorless thinner, shake them off, and just beat the devil out of them. Okay, I have a little piece of masking tape across here so we have a nice straight horizon line. Now then, right along there, I'm going to take a little of my lavender color because I didn't cover it naturally because there was masking tape there, and just fill that in. Now, we're in business. As I mentioned earlier, we had to make a major decision in this particular painting when we first started, so we know where the wave's going to be in this one, because I wanted a little bit of green in there. So I'll take a little touch of the titanium white. We just use a fan brush and come right up in here. Let's make our first decision. Let's say our wave lives right there and over, and maybe it'll just sort of float on out like that. Okay? That's really the only big major decision that we have to make at this point. And we'll go back in here, start right at the horizon, and I'm going to exaggerate. I'm making little strokes like that. So it'll look like little things are happening way back here. Now the white's going to pick up that nice lavender color that's already on the canvas. All these little things will happen. As you get closer to you, leave more of these darker areas. Don't kill them all. This begins to work and it gets to be fun, and you have a tendency just to knock them all out. Don't kill them all. They're going to end up being your good friends here. There we are. Okay, let me wipe some of the paint off that brush. Now we can begin. Yeah, I better clean it. Now we can begin. I want to blend some of this back a little bit. Just blend it back so it looks like there's little troughs between them and these ones that are right up close here. There. Okay, we'll come back and drop some highlights on those in a little bit, and that'll separate them, really make them nice. There we go. Now then. And that gives us a background already. Okay, now maybe our wave's going to turn right over like that. So let's go in here. We could use a filbert for that, and it doesn't matter. Filbert, fan, whatever. Take a least little touch of the cad yellow with white, just titanium white. But the least little bit of the cad yellow in it, just enough to give it a tiny little yellowish hue. Then we can go up in here. If this is going to be the eye or the transparency in our wave, whatever you want to call it, make a big decision and really get in there and scrub some of that color in. Just scrub it in. There. And we'll sort of let it just sort of work back a little bit as light plays through there. Now see, that's going to pick up that phthalo green and phthalo blue that we put in. And beautiful things will happen automatically. Now we'll take a 2-inch brush. Be sure it's dry. It's most important. Take it and go right in here, and it's going to look like the whole brush is moving. It's not. The hair stays in one place. There you can see it. See how slow? Only I'm going to do it quite rapidly. But the brush is barely moving. You just wind it up, mix it up, stir it, and you can make this as smooth as silk. Just absolutely as smooth as silk. It's unbelievable the effects that you can create using these tools that are quite unorthodox. But look at that. See that glow beginning to appear? There. And it's so easy. And you could do this with a 1-inch brush if you wanted to. Now we begin thinking about shape and form and how that old water is working in here. There we are. Already we're beginning to have some of the basic things in here that we need. Okay. Maybe while we have that old brush going, here's our sun. It's shining through here, and down underneath here, we're going to have some light reflecting. I'll take some of that same color, go underneath here, and just pull it straight down. Straight down. Like so. I know you're saying, Bob, you've really messed it up this time. And you may be right. We'll see. Then go across like that. And it'll create that illusion of wetness and a sheen coming across water. The light's reflecting across there. See, already you can see how wet that is. This is going to be we'll have a beach up here. And already we have wet sand laying up there. Okay, I have several old fan brushes going here. Let me grab another one. We'll take a little white. Now then, up in here, this is the fun part. We have to make a big decision. Maybe our waves come in here and going, shh. Got to make those little noises. Grab it and pull it. Just pull it. There. Just let that turn and crash. Now if you pull this down too far, well, let's see if I'll just do it. Take a clean fan brush and you can grab it. This one's okay, but I just want to show you how, because this happens. You can take a clean fan brush, grab it, and pull it back up. You see that? I don't know if you can see it or not, but see how you can pull it right back up. And you can pull that darkness back into the light, or you can pull the light into the darkness. Either way that you want to go. Up to you. That's a good little thing to know, because sometimes you get into little problems and where you pull too much light, and that'll save you. Okay, let's take a little white, a little bit of that lavender color, a little bit of the blue. I want it to the bluish side. A little of that green too. Oh, that's pretty. That's pretty. Let's go up in here and let's throw this in to create the illusion of a nice shadow in our foam. There it comes. There it comes, right on around. Shoot, maybe it just crashes over there a little bit. I don't know. I don't know. When you do your seascape, you figure out where it crashes over and where the waves deteriorated to the point it's collapsing. Let's see, while we have lavender and that old fan brush, let's have some fun. You know me, I like to get crazy with these. I like to get crazy. Take a little of that lavender color. Maybe way back here, there's a little headland that pokes his head way out in here. We can just put that on with a fan brush. There. Bumps. There. Okay. And we'll let it come right down there a little way so it's not just setting right on the horizon. It's setting a little bit down. And maybe a little darker color while we have it going. Maybe right in here, there's a bigger one. It's a little closer, so it's darker, and there's more detail in it, of course. Shoot, who knows? Maybe it goes way on up like that. And this is still just that same lavender color. A little bit more to the blue side now. There we go. And we can take a little bit of white, a little bright red. There we are. Just mix them on the brush. So we have the lavender, bright red, little white. And we can go up in here and just by tapping, just tapping with a fan brush. I don't want this to be too distinct yet. As it gets closer, we're going to see more. Right here, I just want to make some basic little shapes. Make these little stones look like they're setting right out here. But all you have to do is just tap with a fan brush and form your stones. Form them. Don't just tap, though. Think about all the little cracks and stuff in that stone. And with a clean brush, very gently, 3 hairs and some air, you can grab that and make it look just like a little rock. Be careful to pay attention to angles though when you're blending that with that big brush, and barely touch it, just whisper light. Now then we'll take a little white on the old fan brush, and maybe there's some little foam. Well, we could have used a filbert for that too. It would work just as well. Little foam splashing right along in there. I like to make, this is the fun part of making seascapes, is this foam. Just work it right around like that. There it goes. Maybe it comes right on around, I don't know, something like that. Maybe there's a little down there. But that'll give you an idea how easy that is. Pull a little bit of that over so you can see something collapsing in the background back here. See, there it goes. Now that one's crashing over also. And back to my fan brush that has the lavender colors on it. I want to add some Van Dyke brown and dark sienna to that same lavender color, because things are getting closer to us now. And maybe in our world, we'll have a big stone lives right there. Big old stone. It comes right down. And we just fill that up. That's all you got to do. Maybe part of it's in front of the crashing wave. Okay, now, I have several fan brushes going, so I don't have to spend all my time just washing them. We'll take a little titanium white, a little dark sienna. Just throw that in there. Maybe even a little bright red into it, not much. Now then, once again, by just tapping, you can literally shape these stones. Just tap. Make all kinds of little things in there. See, there's another stone. Comes right down. Take a nice clean dry brush, very lightly touch it, pull. Touch it and pull. And if you want to pull a little of that color down, you can do that. But you can literally shape and form these stones doing just like this. Because stones sometimes are sort of hard to do when we first start. Now then, back to our brush that has a white on it. And we can crash a little more of this right up here on these, all these little doers. Just let it go. A little bit over in here, wherever you want. Okay, now we got to start thinking about how this water is going to work in here. All these little things going on, little foam. But as it lays down over here, this gets flatter. See, it just lays down. And maybe sometimes there's another little doer right in here. Little wave. There we go. Let's have some fun. Let's have some fun. We'll take a little of that lavender, mix it with some titanium white, and maybe right in here, see, we'll highlight that. And, shoot, let's put another one. We'll be brave here. We gotta, but just lay us on, pushing the knife very firmly. Very firmly. And if you want to get really crazy, maybe there's another one. Add a little of that phthalo blue to that, not much. Oh yeah, that helps. That helps. Maybe there's another one way out over here somewhere. There it goes. And all you're doing is laying on a little layer of paint. Then we can take a clean fan brush and blend that back. Just blend it back. Grab it and blend it back. Let it work. There. But you can make all kinds of beautiful little effects, just like so. With our liner brush, we'll take a little Van Dyke brown. Maybe right up here there's an old tree. Poor old tree. Maybe there's just some arms hanging out here. It just about had it. Times are rough up here. Fan brush, I'm going to take a little sap green, a little yellow. Let's pop in a little grass down here around his foot. So we want a little grass in there. Then you can take your liner brush at home and put in all kinds of little details here. See, there's a little line right around there. But begin putting in all kinds of little lines and foamy things, little yellow and white. And you go back in here and begin highlighting all these little waves like that. See? Choo, choo, choo. There. And with that, we about have a finished seascape. The old clock on the wall tells me it's about time to call it a day. So I think we'll call that one finished. Hope you've enjoyed this little seascape. And from all of us here, I'd like to wish you happy painting, and God bless, my friend. Hi, welcome back. Certainly glad you could join us today. And today I think we'll just do a fantastic little painting that I'm sure you'll enjoy. So let's start out and have run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with us. While they're doing that, let me show you what you caught me doing up here. Today I have standard old pre-stretched canvas up here. And as you can see, I've covered this whole area with black gesso, allowed it to dry completely. And then on top of that, I've put a thin coat of liquid clear. Just a very thin coat. And on top of that, then we've added a mixture of sap green and Van Dyke brown. I put the Van Dyke brown there just to dull down the green a little bit so it's not quite so bright. And up here, I was just putting in a little liquid white right in this little spot that has no gesso on it. Just let it blend back. It just literally blends right on back and begins to mix with that mixture of sap green and Van Dyke brown that we have up here. I love these canvases with the black gesso. It's so fantastic what you can do. All right. Now then, let me just mix up a little more paint. And as I say, we're using just Van Dyke brown here and sap green. About in equal proportions. Just sort of get it the flavor that you want it. All right, let me wipe off my old knife. Now back here in the background, I want to put the indication of a lot of little trees and stuff that live far back, way back. So I've taken a little white, a little titanium white, and mixed it with this nice brown and green color that we have here. All right, let's go up here. Now then, we'll begin picking out little things. Now we can take the brush, use it sidewards, touch, give a little push, for example. But see how that makes the indication of just a gorgeous little tree that lives way back here. And we don't want a lot of detail because these are too far away at this point. Now the other thing, see, I've made some little things back here with the black gesso that also sort of resemble little trees in the distance. The paint is still transparent enough that you'll see some of those through there. And people will think you just worked yourself to death trying to put them in. Don't you tell them any different. That's our secret. There. And here and there we can just take the brush and tap in some bigger shapes. Something like so. All right. Okay, maybe a little thing here and there, wherever you want them. This is going to be background material that's far, far away. So we're not looking for detail. I say that over and over because it's almost as bad to have too much detail far away as no detail close up, if all that makes sense. I hope so. There. And dip the corner of a brush into a small amount of the titanium white, very small amount. And with that, I'm going to create like little misty areas down here at the base of this. Just little soft misty areas that just sort of float around. There, something like that. But that's just a little titanium white right on the brush. And tapping only with the top corner of the brush. There we go. But it's unbelievable what you can make. Even that. If you play with it a little bit, you can even make that look like a lot of little foliage that's just hanging around back here. There. Okay, maybe a little touch right in here. Put a little mist at the base of all these little trees that are back here in the distance. And the more you tap it, the more it'll pick up that color that's on the black gesso, and it'll just disappear if you tap it enough. There we go. Very gentle. But isn't that a neat way of making a lot of little trees and looks like background material? So simple. All right. Let's get crazy today. Already in this one, let's have some fun. Let me clean off my palette a little bit. Now we'll just use that same, got black, brown, put some sap green, how about a little bit of Prussian blue. Let's mix all those together. There. You know, one thing I do want to do here, I want to take a little bit, I see a little spot up here. I want to take a little bit of phthalo blue. Let's just put the indication that there's a little sky showing through there. What the heck? I almost forgot to do that. That looks sort of nice up there. Something about like that. Just to give a little indication. Now we can see a little sky just sneaking right through there. All right. Okay, now let's see here. We're making a good dark color. And let's find a fan brush. We'll use the old fan brush to do this. Load a lot of color into the brush, a lot of color. All right, let's go up in here. Now right up in here lives, in our world, some nice little evergreen trees. Just make a line with the brush and then use the corner of the brush, work back and forth, pushing harder and harder as you work down the tree. I tell you what, let's have a bunch of trees up in here. And if you want to make the indication of a lot of trees, just tap downward. But see how that dark stands out against that other color that we put up there? And this will help create the illusion of many, many planes in this painting. Many planes there. There. Okay, how about in our world, maybe, yep, you're right there. Right there, there's another little tree. I think I'll put a bunch of little trees in here. What the heck, all the way across maybe. Be a good place for my little squirrel to play. He loves to run around in trees. In fact, let me show you my little squirrel one more time. I'm so crazy about that little rascal. I'm just going to be putting in a few trees here. This is what I call my peekaboo squirrel. But isn't that the cutest little thing? Watch what's in there. What is it? Peekaboo. He likes to sleep in my hand. In fact, once you feed him, that little rascal will sleep just about anywhere you put him. But look at the size of his foots. It's no wonder they're so agile in trees and stuff. With a foot that big, you can run up and down any old thing. There. Okay. But I like to just watch him sleep like that sometime. He's so pretty. There we go. Now then, I'm just adding more and more trees in here, wherever you think they should be, or however many you want in your world. Completely and totally up to you. Tell you what, maybe over here one goes all the way to the top. Maybe it goes off the canvas right there. Wherever. But these old trees just live right here in your fan brush. Just sort of push them out. And once again, as you work down the tree, add more and more pressure to your brush. Make those bristles bend. Let's go back over here. Put one right there. Right there. Okay, just work down once again. Once again. Maybe this one's got a little crook in him. He didn't stand perfectly straight. And we'll just put a few indications. There we go. Something like that. Now then, let's take the old knife, a little bit of white, a little bit of the dark sienna, mix it together, cut off our little tiny roll of paint, very small roll. Now, here and there, and there and here, we'll just put the indication of a few little tree trunks. And not everyone has to have a trunk, and you won't see the entire trunk, but just a few here and there. You can even have a few that don't have a tree on it, because maybe the old tree passed away, but the trunk's still there. This old big one needs something here too. There. Now I have several fan brushes going. Let me grab another one here. And let's put some green and some of that same tree color. I mean some of that tree color with yellow. And we'll make green. There we go. Sometimes the old mind goes and I forget what I'm saying. But we'll get it back together here. Some nice green. Load both sides of the brush. We can go up here. And here's our light source. It's zinging right through there. There. And we'll just put the indication here and there of a few highlights on these. I want to keep this quite dark though. Don't want it to get too bright on me. because these are way back in there. But I see the light coming right through there. There. Okay, just a few things. And think about where your light's coming from. In this particular painting, it looks like it's coming from the right, so we need more emphasis on the right side than on the left. A few of these little rascals here, we don't want them left out. Nothing worse than an angry tree that's after you. A few there. A couple little on that little leaner there. There. Little leaner. That reminds me of horseshoes. When I was young, I used to play horseshoes a lot because we lived way out in the woods. And that was about the only thing there was to play. We didn't have any video machines or Pac-Man or any of those good things to play. So we would play horseshoes. I'm going to take a little white, just tap right in here. In fact, I became the champion of my school. There. I have to brag a little here. There we go. All I'm doing here is just creating the illusion of a little mist right down at the basement. The bottom. I'm really having trouble with the tongue today. There we are. Just tap in a little bit of that. Something like that. All right. Okay, now we have to make some more big decisions. What other kind of things can we put in here? I know. Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's take a little white, maybe at least a little touch of yellowish green color in there. A little yellow and a little green, cad yellow. Yeah, maybe a little yellow ochre too. I like it. Oh, that's even better. Maybe I like the ochre better than the cad yellow. But it's still just about white. Just about white. And we'll take the fan brush and go right through there. And maybe right in here. If the light's coming through there, maybe it's hitting a few little bushes right in here. Just going to push upward with a fan brush. And they're just really sparkling out here in the sun. Just some beautiful little bushes that live in here. Wherever you think they should be. But push upward with a fan brush and you can create the illusion of all kinds of little things. I know, maybe there's one way up in here. Isn't that a neat way of making all kinds of beautiful little bushes? And you can do this in any color you want. There. Okay. I know what we need. Maybe let's have a big stone. I like to do big stones sometimes. Let's take some black and Van Dyke brown. Maybe even a little dark sienna in there. Cut us off a little roll of paint. Maybe, how about right here? Right here. Maybe we'll have maybe we'll have a big stone. We can have any size stone we want in our world. Maybe there's a big boulder that lays over here. This is no longer a stone. We just turned it into a boulder. There. Big healthy stone. And one of the neatest ways of making a very effective little stone. Let's take a little white, a little touch of the blue in there, a little Prussian blue. There. Get a little bit of color right on the end of the fan brush. Let's go up in here. Now, by just tapping, you can sort of just create all the shapes you want on this. But just tap. And let the natural bend of the fan brush work for you too. Sometimes that works out very well. Very well. But just tap. Think about shape and form. Think about it. Don't just tap at random, because that's all you'll end up with. Think about what you're trying to do. There. And here and there on the edge we can see a little light coming down the side. Just wherever. This goes all the way out. Now then, with a clean, dry 2-inch brush, one hair and some air, gently, just blend that. Very gently. There we go. And it's one of the easiest ways of making just a happy little stone. And you can put a little highlight on there. We take a little bright red, a little white. Just a little bright red and white, same thing. And pick out where you think that light would really strike. And you can put the indication here and there of a little highlight. Not much though. Not much. it'll overdo real quick. And then once again, barely touch, whisper. There. Okay. Now, let's have a little bush like that in front here too. I want a couple in front of that big stone. Right there. Since we decided this was the basement down here. Basement of the painting, that's a new one. There. But that's the way new terms come about, is half the time they're mistakes. So. Oh, we don't make mistakes. We have happy accidents. Maybe right over in here, some little things that just live right in here. Some bright little rascals. Take our little liner brush, a little touch of the paint thinner, a little brown, a little white mixed together. Make this paint very, very thin, very thin. Should literally run on your palette like that. See it dripping? Should be that thin. Now with that, we can come back in here and go right over the top of that firm paint and put in all kind of little sticks and twigs and little happy things that live back here in the woods. See them? There they are. And just wherever you think they should live. There's one right in front of our big stone. The big stone that lives down here in the basement. There. See, when you do your basement painting, you can have a big basement cell and sell all your works and start over again. There. Okay. Now then, have to make some big decisions. What are we going to do with this? That's the first big decision. I tell you what, let's have some grass in there. We'll use some green, sap green, a little bit of cad yellow, Indian yellow, yellow ochre. Just make a variety of color right here on the brush. Push that paint so you get that little ridge, though. It's most important when you're loading a brush for this. Push it. Now then, think about how you want the land to flow. And with this black canvas here, it will show up so fantastic. It'll just jump right out at you. There. Leave some dark areas here and there, and it'll look like deep, recessed areas. There we go. But pay very close attention to the lay of the land. In other words, the way the land flows. There's a little hill here. There we go. Now then, just tap. All we're doing is tapping, and the more you tap, the more it'll mix with the color that's underneath. Now, in my mind, light's coming through there. That same color we made the bushes out of, I'm going to add a little bit to the tip of the brush here and there, just so we can show that strong, strong light that's just zipping right through there and sparkling all these little things. But don't overdo. The only thing that makes this effective is that there's very little of it in the painting, this very bright area. And this is where the eye will go when this painting's finished. There's no doubt in my mind that this is going to end up drawing your eye right there. No matter what you try to look at, you're going to see this. And that's good. That's what we want today. Let's take a little bit of titanium white. We'll just use it on the same old brush here. And maybe, yeah, why not? Maybe this is water. Okay, just pull straight down. Allow it to mix with the color that's already on the canvas. Okay, make it a clean, dry brush. And we'll go right over the top of that. Really get in there and pull it down. See it mixing with that sap green and brown that's under there? There. Really pull firmly down. I want it to mix with those colors. You can even pick up a little dark and add it back in there, here and there. So you have a variety of things happening. And I go across. Even though this goes uphill, go straight across. Otherwise it won't look right. Straight across. Instant water, that easy. Now, maybe, you know me. I like to get a little crazy here. Let's take some liquid white, dark sienna, Van Dyke brown, mix them together. I'm gonna make a very thin paint here. Very thin. But you can see it's almost yuck, it's almost like liquid whites. Very thin. Let me get a brush. Let's use the old filbert brush today. And I'm going to take it through the Van Dyke brown and the dark sienna, both sides, and then I'm going to take and go down here and just pull one side, just one side, see, through the light color. So we have dark on one side, light on the other. Now maybe in our world, right up in here, lives all kinds of happy little stones and rocks and pebbles and shoot, maybe they live on out here in the water. We don't know. We don't know. This is your world. So you do it any way that you think you want it. But that's the nicest way of making a lot of little stones and rocks so easy. There, another one. Maybe some little ones back here in the background. All right. Let's have some fun here. Let me find a fan brush. I'll put liquid white on it. Go into the titanium white. The liquid white's there only to thin it. Then I'm going to go into a small amount of phthalo blue. Very small amount. Let's go up here. I just see with all these rocks, it'd be a perfect place just to have a happy little stream. It just sort of flows and meanders along through here. It has a good time out here. There. Just plays through the rocks and falls over. There it comes. Right through those rocks. There. A little splash here and there. There. Got to make those little noises or it just won't work. I say that all the time, but I think it will work if you don't do that. It just sort of helps me. But maybe you don't need little noises. There we are. So it's funny when Annette and I go out teaching or demonstrating. Annette's one of my partners, and she travels with me. We do demonstrations and teach this. A lot of times, though, especially my young friends will come up and they'll imitate the noises that we've made. So we have youngsters all over going blip, things like that. I just did a demonstration for a class in New Jersey just recently of high school students. They were some of the nicest youngsters I've ever met. There we go. Okay, maybe, tell you what, let's get a little crazier. Take a little Van Dyke brown and white. Maybe there's a little, maybe there's a little sandbar right in there. Just a little darker color behind it, and then we'll sort of blend them together. There. Just a little something like that. And we can take our brush with the white on it, go in here and clean up the edges a little. Maybe we'll have a stone or two out here on this thing. Same way we did them before. There's some. Put another one right in there, and there, and there, and there, and however many stones you want in your world. A little bit of the blue and white. And once again, just clean up the base of the stones. Just something like that. Okay, we need speaking of stones, let's put a big stone here. Maybe. There he comes. Let's put some dark color in there. I'm going to have a huge stone over here. Maybe it comes all the way down to there. I don't care. Wherever you want it. Just a big old stone. Back to our brush with a little color on it. Fan brush, got a little of that blue and white. And once again, just sort of form the top of your stone by tapping. Just tapping. There. Sure hope you like seeing that little squirrel. Isn't he something, the way he lays up there in your hand and sleeps? He's just so special to me. And if you haven't been with us before in this series, his name is Peapod, the pocket squirrel. That's what we call him. Oh, Peapod. Now, clean, dry 2-inch brush once again. Barely caress the canvas. Just barely caress it. There we go. All right. I tell you what. We got a minute left here. Let's get crazy. What the heck? Take some black, Prussian blue, crimson, sap green. We'll just mix all those together. And take a 2-inch brush. This is your bravery test. Take the old 2-inch brush, load it full of color, bring it to a chisel edge, very sharp. Very sharp. Let's go up in here. And maybe right in here lives just a great big old tree. Stands here and watches what's going on. There. And all we're doing is putting in some dark. We'll come back and highlight it. Lives right there behind that rock. Okay, here comes another one. We'll give him a friend. But now I want to leave some of these little areas up in here where light's shining between them. Okay, let's have one on the other side. I don't want it left out. Maybe over here. Whew. Well, that one's going to really be a big one. There we go. And it really doesn't much matter because the highlights are where you bring this out. Right now, all we're doing is just putting in some base color. It's really the highlights that make this tree show up. Maybe we'll have it sitting on a little peninsula right there. So we'll put some dark in, like that. Shoot, we about got it there. Okay, got another 2-inch brush going here that's got a little green on it, yellow and green. So let's go up in here. And let's just begin putting the indication of all kinds of little happy things out here on these. There they come. See them? Just layer after layer. See, now you know why it didn't matter what the dark looked like. This is where you create the illusion of a big tree. Right in here. There he is. Here comes his friend. Darker, darker, darker down here. And on the other side, we need to give him some nice leaves. There we go. Just a few. All right. See there? But wherever you want them. Darker, darker, darker down here. Okay, take that same brush, maybe down in here. We'll just put in a bush or two. There, just push upward. Create the illusion of some little bushes down here at his foots. Little touch of color into there so we have a reflection. And then we about have a finished painting. Go across. There. So it looks like it's reflecting in the water. I think with that we'll call this one finished. And from all of us here, I'd like to wish you happy painting and God bless, my friend. Hi, welcome back. Certainly glad you could join us today. I thought today we'd just do a little seascape that I think you're going to enjoy. Let's start out and have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with us. While they're doing that, let me show you what I got done. Today I have a smaller canvas than usual because I wanted one that's rectangular and quite long. So I have a 12-inch by 24-inch canvas. You use any size that you like. I just sort of like this for seascapes. And I've covered the entire canvas with a very thin coat of liquid white and liquid clear mixed together, just a little of each, about half and half, and then I've just covered it, but once again, a very thin coat. So let's just start out and have some fun. We'll start with a little 2-inch brush. I'm going to a small amount of the phthalo blue. Just tap a little into the bristles. Notice we pull the paint out very flat so we can just pick up a little bit of it. You go up here in this big pile, you're going to get too much. Just a little. We just want a little, and we tap it into the bristles. That helps assure a nice even distribution of color all the way through it. Okay, let's go up in here. Now then, just making little X's, little crisscross strokes. Let's just put in a happy little sky. Just something like so. All the way across. There. About like that. Doesn't much matter, wherever you want it. That's exactly where it should be. So we'll come down to about there. All right. And that's about enough, right there. Okay, we get to wash the brush already. As you know, that's my favorite part of the whole painting procedure, is just washing the brush. And shake it off, and we just create one big mess. Oh, that's fun. It really is. I'm going to go right into titanium white. I'm just tapping the brush right into just straight titanium white. I'll put the indication here, some little floater clouds that just live here. Isn't life wonderful? There we go. We have such a good time making these shows here. We've been making television here at the same studio now for well over 10 years, and these people have become very special friends to me. It's like coming home. There we are. Something about like that. And then we'll just sort of fluff them up a little bit. And go across. And that'll give us a little cloud way back in the distance. And let me find my knife. We'll take a little alizarin crimson, a little phthalo blue, mix it together. I want to make a lavender color, but sort of to the reddish side. There we are. Okay, wipe off the old knife. And shoot. Brush isn't too dirty. Maybe we can continue to use it, and I'll just go right in that color. And maybe we have some indications of some little lavender clouds that are right at the waterline. And we can just throw in some happy little things wherever you want them. Wherever, it doesn't matter. Something about like that. There. We just let them maybe just float right on out to nothing over there. Oh, there's a big one. That happens sometime. There we go. And right on out. Then we'll fluff it, lift it, blend it, like that. And that'll give us the indication of some little clouds that live far, far away. And that's all we're looking for right now. It's just indications. There. All right. That's simple. Isn't that a fantastic way of making a very colorful little sky that's effective? All right, we get to wash the brush again. Shake off that paint thinner. Just cover everybody in the studio. All right, you can blend that a little if you want to, but we're not going to spend much time on the sky. I want to work more on the water today. Let's take. Oh, we'll go right into some phthalo blue. I like phthalo blue. A little bit of black, just mix them together. And be right back. I'm going to get a little crimson. So we have phthalo blue, black, and crimson. There. And let's figure out, basically here, maybe, let's see, where we want our water line to be. I know that's probably not real straight. There. When you're painting, it's better to sort of step back and take a look-see. Sometimes when you're standing as close as I am here, it's very hard to tell if a line's straight, crooked, or in between. But let's say that's halfway straight. There. Now, I had a little more crimson right here on the edges. I want a little more crimson right there. Something about like that, maybe on both sides. In your world, you decide. Now, you're probably wondering why I put the liquid clear with the liquid white. Because when I did this, I didn't want it to turn light blue. I wanted it to stay quite dark. And if I had put liquid white only on there, as you know, it would have got much lighter in value. And I don't want that. I want it to stay quite dark. Makes it easier. There. All right. And we'll just bring that down to somewhere in there. It doesn't matter. You make the big decisions where all these things live in your world. There we go. Okay, let me just grab another brush so I don't have to waste all my time just cleaning. And I only pick up some of that lavender color that we made. That was alizarin crimson and a little bit of the phthalo blue mixed together. And maybe right in here. Ooh, isn't that a pretty color? We'll just add a little bit of that. Thought we'd just do a little seascape today that's very colorful. And I have a confession to make. People always ask me, where do you get ideas for your paintings? Well, I was over in New Smyrna Beach the other day at my partner Annette's shop. She's got a little shop over there. And she was teaching this painting to some of her students. And I just fell in love with it. And I asked her for permission to show it to you on the program. So, Annette, thanks. I owe you one. There we go. And I probably won't do near as good a job on it as she does, but this is basically the way she does it. So we'll try it. Wash the brush again. If nothing else, we're going to get a lot of practice washing the brush. Okay, we're ready. Let's find, we'll just use a little fan brush. It doesn't matter. One of the things I like to do when I do seascapes is figure out where my major wave is going to be, and then just take little, you can use a filbert, or it doesn't matter, fan brush, whatever. And I just want to basically indicate in here where I think the major wave is going to live. And in my world, I think it's going to go right out through here and maybe crash over right there, and it'll just disappear. How's that? Nice, simple little painting. There we are. Okay. Now, go back into my white. Still using the same little fan brush. And maybe back in here, going straight in and just giving it a wiggle. Maybe there's a little splasher that lives back here in the background somewhere. Straight in and just make it wiggle up and down. See there? And that's all there is to it. Something about like that. And we can put the indication here and there and there and here. Just some little doers that live back here far away. There we are. A little more of the white. Strengthen that one a little. Yeah. It's a little closer. Okay. Something about like so. See, Annette does a lot of gorgeous paintings. I think her most fantastic thing is flowers. She does some of the most gorgeous flowers I've ever seen. I'm gonna get her on the show here one day, sooner or later, and get her to paint a flower for you. I think you'll be amazed. I'm not a very good flower painter, but she is dynamite. Dynamite. We'll talk her into it. I'm gonna take a little yellow ochre and a little white. A little yellow ochre and white, like that. Just make me a nice little, sort of a gold color. And let's go up in here. This is going to be our little wave. Let's put a little bit of that color right in here. Like so. Something like that. Now, we'll get a little blender brush. And just begin blending that. Blend it, blend it, blend it. Now you can do this several times to achieve a desired lightness if you want to. It's up to you. You decide. You decide. Wherever you want it. But see, that blender brush just makes that soft as silk. Just so tender, so soft. There we go. Something about like that. Okay. Now if you wanted to make it a little brighter, we'll just do it. Let me just pick up a little more of that same color. Same color. And maybe right in here we'll have it a little brighter. And just sort of smoosh it in, as Steve says. I don't know if that's a word or not, but when he uses it, everybody knows what he means. There we go. Something about like that. All right. And begin thinking about shape here. Okay. Now then, let's take, I have several little I'm using number 3 fan brushes today, but it doesn't matter. You can use 3 or 6, whatever you have. Take a little dark color. This is just some black and some blue, a little crimson in it. And let's take, and I want to make this wave sort of crash over right here. Now the only way to make that dark right there stand out, we're going to put a little light right behind it. But I want to lay that in first, get an idea where it's at. Go back to my fan brush, it has some of the lighter color in it. And let's come right behind it, and then gently blend that back. Thinking about how the wave goes up. Just need a little light area in there to make that rascal show up. See, here it comes. Here it comes, watch. This is one of the nicest little seascapes. And it works very well. Very well. There. Now then. Okay, I'll show you a little trick here. Take a little bit of dark color on a filbert. About like so. And we can go up in here and see this little wave right here, this little crasher. You can push right up into there and just form it. That easy. That easy. Isn't it neat? It's another little trick Annette showed me, and it works very well. See, now it just makes a nice dark bottom, and it works that easy. Same thing over in here. You can put a little dark right in there. And we'll come back and put a little light and some foam on there, and that'll show up so nice. So nice. And we can put our foam in, well, tell you what, we can just use a little filbert, or you can use a fan brush, it doesn't matter. I picked up a filbert, so we'll use it. And let's go in here and think about some happy little splashes living right up here on top of this. Like so. Now I've picked up some blue, and I'm going to let that be the shadow as we come up in here. There we are. Okay, now wipe off the brush, pick up a little bit of clean white, and we can highlight that. Just think about water crashing, smashing, having a good time up in here. There. All right. I like to paint water. I don't do it a lot, but I do like to paint it. I was born in Daytona Beach, Florida, which is one of the most fantastic beaches in the world. There. Now then, let's take our little script liner brush, take a little light blue, we'll use a little white, paint thinner, put a little bit of color on the brush. And we can go up in here and we can begin putting in all kinds of little doers that live up in here. Just begin applying them. There. And let these little foam patterns just work our way on out. Wherever you want them to go. Right up on top of that wave. Okay. A little more of the dark color. And I want to put a little dark edge right there. Just, we'll make that stand right out. Let that little rascal crash over. Some little things coming through there. Just take your time and play with these. They're a lot of fun. You can really just move the water every which way. Okay. Let's take the little knife. This is a small knife. I've got some white. It's got a small amount of blue, just enough to tin it. Cut off a little roll of paint. Let's go up in here. And maybe right in here, and we're going to use a lot of pressure. Get in here and just, maybe there's a, see there? Really applying a lot of pressure though. There it goes back somewhere. We don't know where it goes. I'm going to take our little fan brush. It's pretty clean. It doesn't have much on it. And I want to grab that and pull it back. Back, back, and back. See? And that creates that illusion right there. That easy. Something about like so. Okay. That works well. Let's do another one. What the heck? In our world, there lives another little thing right in there. Here it comes. Here it comes. There. See? Just put it wherever you want it. Okay. Grab our little fan brush again, and once again, all you do is just go back with it. Just pull it backwards. There. And that creates all those little things that you want in there. Very simply. Very simply. You don't have to work at it hardly at all. And as you know, I'm a very lazy painter. I look for easy ways to do things. All right, let me get back into my liner brush with a little bit of paint that's been thinned with paint thinner. And we'll just put the indication here and there of just some little foam patterns. Something about like that. We're not too worried about it at this point. There, I'll make a little highlight right up on top of that so it continues on there. All right. Maybe back in here you can just highlight a few of these little rascals. Not going to worry too much about them. But just show some of them. Think about being down at the ocean, watching the waves come in. That's what makes it pretty. All right. Tell you what, there's a filbert. Let's have a rock. We'll use some Van Dyke brown, some dark sienna just mixed together. And maybe in our world there lives right here, clump. Just drop it in. Big old stone lives right there. Right about here. We put some dark color in first just to make the base of it. And then we'll come back and put a little highlight on it here and there and there and here, wherever you want it. I'm going to pull a little of that color down, just a little. And we will take a 2-inch brush, grab it, pull down, something like so, and go across. That'll end up being a little reflection in the water when we get all finished. Okay, let's take some white paint and we'll get some bright red. Bright red. I'm using the same old dirty filbert, I don't care. It doesn't matter. A little touch of the bright red, not much. Not much. And now let's just sort of highlight our stone. Just let a little color play through here. There we go. See there? Just sort of play them back and forth, dark and light. And you can actually sculpt this stone doing that. There. See there? Think about where all these little things would live. That easy. You can make it right in there. Something like so. We can go back to our small knife, a little bit of the white on it. And let's just put a little indication, a little water floating right around the bottom. And maybe, I got it, I know, watch. Right here, here it comes. Here's another little thing that lives right out here. Maybe it comes right on over there somewhere, who knows? Once again, we grab our fan brush and we just pull that back. That's simple, look at there. Just pull it back, like so. And we got all kinds of water here. We can take a filbert brush, take a little bit of that blue and black and crimson color, and we can just go back up in here and punch a few little holes in the surf. Just a few little indications. Some little dark areas. Makes it pretty. See there? There they are. Just a few. That's easier than trying to paint all the foam, is just to go in there and drop some in. Okay, lost my brush here for a second. Got so many brushes going, I lost one. I'm going to take a little bit of light blue, thin it down, and I want to put the indication here of maybe just a little ripple on the surface, a little wet sheen. There we go, something about like that. Just to give a little indication. All right, let's have some fun. I'm gonna grab a fan brush. We're gonna take a little bit of white. I know, lost it this time. I think maybe we'll have us a little sand dune lives right out here. Maybe it comes down, I don't know, wherever you want it. But allow it to pick up some of those colors that are underneath. There we go. Just a happy little sand dune. He just stays out here and watches the water all day. Has a good time. Great time. Grab another fan brush, take some sap green, a little bit of the brown color. I'm just going to mix some colors together on my brush here. Sap green and some of the browns. Let's go up in here and let's just punch in the bottom. It's going to be the bottom of, a little more color, of some little weeds live right in here. There we go. Always got these little things that live there. Okay. Maybe a few little doers in here, down here, I don't know. Just, all we're doing is pushing in some color here. All right. We'll go back and get our liner brush, put some paint thinner on it. And we're going to begin taking, we can start with a little bit of the green and brown. And I just want to lift these up, make some little sea oats out here. There we are. See, you just pull that color right on out of there. We'll do some dark color first. We're using green and brown here. Just pull them out. All right. A little more paint thinner. If your paint won't flow, add more paint thinner to it. There we go. And we'll do a little on this one and the next one and whatever. Take your brush and you can literally grab a little bit of that base color and let it become the shadows. See there? Just let it mix right in there. It's all right. It's all right. That'll become your shadows, that green and brown. Makes nice little shadows. There. But don't want to kill all those nice colors you picked up from underneath. they become your good friend. Now, put all these little rascals in. All right, wherever. I'm going to go in now to yellow ochre and just pop some right over the top of it. Now, when you're at home and you have unlimited time, you can really play with these and put all kinds of gorgeous things. Here, if I go over 30 minutes, I got a mean old director. She has no sense of humor at all. But that's okay. We'll just put something in here real quick. And sometimes there's little things out here on the end. It's up to you. Now, no little seascape would be complete without a happy little palm tree in it. So we'll just use the fan brush, go into some Van Dyke brown, a little black. Just have a little dark color to make his trunk. And he lives in our world. He lives right there. Let's put a little crook down at the bottom. Old palm trees have a tendency to sort of get bent on the end there. Something about like that. Now, dip the brush into a little bit of paint thinner. Still using brown and black. I want to thin the paint just a little, not a lot, just a little. And let's put in just some basic ideas here of some little leaves on this palm tree. There they go. Wherever. Maybe there's one down here. I want to have one that's coming right toward me. So we'll just sort of hang him out there like that. Here's one behind him. There's a nice little one. Okay, take a little bit of brown and white. Just want to touch this edge just a little. And I'm going to take a fan brush and grab that and pull it around so it makes the trunk look round. All right. Take a little touch of yellow and green mixed together, and let's just take and highlight these just a little. Just a little. There. Here we go. Something about like that. Shoot, with that, we've got a little palm tree. But I wanted that limb to look like it comes right straight out toward me. You can use a liner brush, make a lot more detail, okay? I think with that, we'll call this little painting finished. Hope you've enjoyed it. And from all of us here, I'd like to wish you happy painting, and God bless, my friend. Hi, welcome back. Certainly glad you could join us today. It's a fantastic day here, and I hope it is wherever you're at. So I tell you what, let's get started. Let's have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with us. And while they're doing that, let me show you what I've got up here today. I have my standard old canvas up here, but I've cut a little oval out of contact paper and stuck it on. And then I've covered this portion up here with gray gesso and the bottom with black gesso. And don't laugh at my wavy line, I know it's not straight. Then I've covered the entire thing with just a very thin coat of liquid clear. So it's all wet and ready to go. So I thought today maybe we'd do a little seascape, one that's very simple, very easy, and one that we'll just have some fun with. So I'll start out with a little bit of Indian yellow. I'm just gonna load a tiny little amount up here. I want a seascape that's very bright and shiny. So we'll just take a little of that Indian yellow, and we'll just run it right along like that, somewhere. Maybe without cleaning the brush, we'll go right into a little bit of yellow ochre. There. Just something like that. That's really all we're looking for. I'm going to come back and add a little white in that and brighten it up, but we're just putting some little base colors under it right now. There we go. And just let that sort of blend upward. And once again, without washing the brush, I'm going to go right into a little bit of the bright red. Just a small amount. Doesn't take much. Doesn't take much. Now the gray gesso underneath will dull that so it's not so bright that it hurts your eyes. There. Maybe just a touch more. Right in there. Something along that order. That's all we're looking for. Now then, time to wash the brush. And that's really the most fun part of the whole procedure. So let's do that. Let's wash our old brush. Just wash it off good. Give it a shake. And there we go. There we go. Now, a little bit of the titanium white. And let's start right in here with white, and then we can begin painting right over the top of that. Just begin right over. I want this to be the brightest area right here. Maybe the sun maybe it just sort of went behind the horizon right here. I don't know. You just decide and put it wherever you want it and blend upward. Now we're just going to blend upward. Let that white mix with all the colors that you put on the clear. Add a small amount more of the white. There. Just let them all blend together. Something like so. All right. I like skies and seascapes that are very bright and shiny. They just seem to make you feel better. And you can do this several times to achieve a desired brightness. Up to you. Up to you. See, now when we hit that bright red up there, it makes a gorgeous pink color. That easy. And that's about all I'm going to do for that little sky. Now, I think today I'll take a little phthalo blue, some alizarin crimson, mix it together proportionately. Much, much more crimson than blue. I want sort of a reddish lavender color, maybe a touch more blue in it. There, I think that's just right. Just right. Wipe off the knife. And we'll use a fan brush today. Load a little color in the fan brush just by going back and forth. That's all. Okay? And maybe in our world there lives your bravery test right off today. A big old strong cloud lives right up here. Just floats around and has a good time all day. There we go. There, big old cloud. I said a big strong cloud. I guess I was serious. But I'm going to start on the cloud that's the darkest, which to me would be this one. And maybe we'll make a few more. But now we're beginning to have less paint on the brush. Less and less paint. So automatically it's going to get a little lighter in value. Shoot, let the canvas work. The brushes work, the color. Just go with it. Go with it. As I've mentioned before, this is certainly the lazy man's way of painting. And I look for easy ways. Maybe there's a little paint left on the brush. Maybe there's a little cloud lives right there. I don't know. I don't know. Just basically wherever you think they should be. We'll put several in here just so you have a little practice with clouds. There, maybe, okay, right there, little stringy one. Something like so, maybe even one over here. But that's really all we need. There. That had a little color on it, but I just banged it to knock the color off, and we can go in here and just blend this some. This will pick up the excess paint. There. Tell you what, I want a softer brush. I want to pick up the blender brush so I can get in here and make all kinds of little soft things happen. Very gentle. With this blender brush, you can go right over all this without mixing it together. Just bring it together. There. Something about like that. That's all we're looking for today. And that gives us a sky full of clouds. We'll wash that little brush out. It's not near as much fun to beat that one. Don't like to beat that one near as much as the other one. Maybe I'll blend that one a little bit more and have this clean. Okay. Let's spend the majority of our time today working on the bottom. I'm going to take phthalo blue and phthalo green and just mix them together on the brush here. Blue and green. Phthalo blue and green. Okay, let's go back up in here. And I'm just going to cover right along like that. See, my crooked horizon didn't matter at all now. And they were laughing at my horizon line here in the studio before we started this. But it doesn't matter. There. Because we don't make mistakes. Okay, that's just applying a little color to the liquid clear. Then I'll wash this brush. And we're in business again. Now I'm going to mix up some sap green and alizarin crimson together. I'm going to make a nice transparent chocolate brown color. And these two colors make a gorgeous, gorgeous brown. Gorgeous brown. All right. But it's a very transparent brown. And we can take our brush with this transparent brown, and I'm just going to fill up the bottom of this area with a little bit of that brown. I know you can't see it, and that's the beauty of it. That's the way you tell if a color is transparent. If you put it over black and you still seems to be black to you, then the color's transparent enough for what we're doing. Can be semi-transparent, but it'll work. Now, let's find a little number 3 fan brush today. I find in seascapes one of the easiest ways of getting one started. Figure out if you're going to have a big major wave, figure out where it lives and then work around that. So let's say our major wave is going to live right here. There's the top of it. It's going to come out maybe and go like so. Behind it, then we can have whatever we want. And that just sort of gives you a little layout, and back in here, wherever. See, that's this. Maybe this will help. The wave's going to curve over like that. Does that make sense now? Crash right over. That's all there is to it. And that sort of gives you an idea of where everything's going to live. Let's have a little in the background back here. We take a little white, a little bit of our lavender color that we made, mix it up. We just mixed on the brush. Doesn't much matter. And up in here, maybe I'll add a little black to that. Yeah, I like that. Maybe in our world, right back in here is a little headland that lives back here that just sort of projects out into the water. There, something like that. See, that's all there is to it. No big deal. Now we have one out there. I'm going to go back to the small fan brush. And now we can start picking out things. Today maybe I'll use a little fan brush some. I'm going to strengthen these. Actually what I'm doing is adding a little white paint. Just a little white paint. And I'll show you why. Let me wash that brush. There we go. Now be sure it's clean and dry, and the paint that's up here is enough to do what we want to do. We're going to take that and begin pulling it back. Just pull it back. See? Just pull it back. But notice the strokes. They're sort of rocking like little strokes. Very, very important. And what you're interested in is the dark area, not the light area. There, just wipe off that paint. See there? Just little rocking strokes. And from here, just lead them back. Try to maintain that dark area in there, though. That's what we're looking for. That's the goodie. Okay. Now, the most fun part of doing seascapes is the eye of the wave, or the transparency, whatever you want to call it. Let's say it lives right here. We can still use the little fan brush, doesn't matter, or you can use a filbert. Scratch in a little bit of that. But we're really applying a lot of pressure. We're really pushing that color right into the canvas. And you can do it several times to achieve a desired lightness. But I'd recommend you wash the brush each time, so you start with nice fresh color. There, we about wore this little brush out washing it. But that's okay. Now, to our little blender, and very lightly. This little blender is wonderful for these. Wonderful. Because you can make things here that are absolutely just as smooth as silk. There we go. Just tiny little circles, but the bristles aren't hardly moving. Just wind it up. There. Just a nice little light spot out there. Little hair there. All right. There. Okay, now we can begin putting some goodies in there. Let's take a little bit of the titanium white and think about where the water is going to crash over here. Going to go like so. Got to make those little noises though. If you don't make those little noises, it just doesn't work. There. No, it's not true. You don't have to make those. There we go. I like to make them. But you know how painters are. We sort of different, a little weird. There we go. That's basically all we need. And to make the little crashing thing there, we'll take some of that. We're using lavender in this, so we'll just continue with it. Works well. Just load a little bit of that lavender color. I'm going to add a touch more blue to it. Get a little more to the blue side. There we go. Okay. Now, maybe, I don't think you'll be able to see this, but it's just a shadow color I'm putting underneath. There, you can see it as it comes up over here. See, just a little shadow, so when we put the nice foam on top of it, it'll jump right out at us. But you need that dark color underneath. Just sort of bring it all together. Once again, you could do this with a filbert, and I do a lot of the times. Today I just sort of got started with a little fan brush and decided to go with it. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Anything that works for you. Load a little bit of titanium white on here. Maybe just a little crasher. Just a little bit of crashing going on out in here. Just wipe off the paint, reload it sometime. There we go. A little more paint. As I say, these little noises sort of help me. I like them. Okay, now then, let's take the little blender and very lightly, just barely touch. I want to blend this edge out a little bit. Right in here. Very soft. All right. There we go. Now then, we can start having some fun here. Take paint thinner, a little bit of the titanium white, and let's make a thin paint here so we can just start putting some of the goodies in there. Some of the things that really make it stand out well. There we go. A little more paint on the brush. See, just pick out all the little waves. Way back in the distance here. There. That's a very simple way of making a seascape that's quite colorful, quite effective. You'll like it. You'll like it. And let some of these things just work down. So you begin getting all kinds of little foam patterns in here. There they go. This is where you create the shape in the wave. This is what makes it all come together. There we are. Okay, maybe, let's see here. We had alizarin crimson and sap green to make brown. Make up a little more brown. And maybe in our world, we will use a filbert here. Maybe right over here in this old crasher wave lives a big old stone right there. Just making that out of brown. Comes right down into the crashing wave and just going all over that. All right, let me wipe off the excess paint. Put a little bit of bright red. Maybe a little lavender mixed with it. Oh, that's nice. That dulls it down just a little. There. And we'll just sort of form us some basic little rocks out here. We don't much care. I like doing little seascapes like this. They're so much fun. So much fun. I was born in Daytona Beach, Florida. So I sort of grew up around the water. Sort of grew up around it. There. Okay. I still spend quite a bit of time over by the beach. I like the water. Put a few little splasher doers all up through here. Little splasher doers, that's a word I made up. but you know what I'm talking about. Steve, my son, and I both seem to have this tendency to make up words. There. All right, down here, I want a little beachy area. So I'm gonna take a little white with a touch of the cad yellow in it. Figure out where you want the beach to be. Pull straight down. Just pull it straight down. See, that brown now shows up and then go across. Already it's beginning to look like wet water just by doing that. Take our knife, small knife. Get a little roll of paint on it. Figure out basically where you want the little ripples to be. There they come. Firm pressure. Really firm, bending the blade. Don't break it, but bend it. And that'll help give you that illusion there that you're looking for. All right. And maybe in our world, maybe. Yep, you're right. There's another one. Something about like that. Goes right off that edge. It's okay. Take a fan brush and very lightly want to grab that and pull it back. Just give it a little backward pull. There, but basically pretty straight. If anything, let it tilt downward so it looks like the water is running downward there. All right. We can use a little filbert with a little white on it here, and we can just begin working on all kinds of little patterns and little things, little foam patterns that are happening in here. Let them happen. Don't worry about them. There they go. See? And maybe in here there's some. Just little things going on. There. Just give it a little pull. Angles are most important in here though. Pay very close attention to your angles. They can be your best friend or your worst enemy. Just depends on how they go. A little bit more of the titanium white, a little blue in it. Come along and enforce some of these things. Now, at home, where you have unlimited time, you can really put some time in here. You can put all kinds of little details. That's what makes your painting special. That's really what makes it gorgeous, makes it stand out. There. I'm just going to skip around here and there and put all kinds of little doers in. There we go. Now then, back to my little filbert brush that has the brown on it. And maybe there's a little stone over here on this side too. Shoot, I bet he's got a friend right there. We'll have little rocks all over the place. And okay, a little bit of the bright red. And we'll come right in here and just highlight that little stone. Just enough to make him stand out some. Take a little bit of the liquid white on the knife, and just like we were in water, you can put little water lines right around it so it looks like it's part of the whole overall scene. There. Okay. Liner brush. Oh, liner brush. We'll take a little bit of the brown. A little bit of the brown. You know me. I got to have a tree. Okay, little tree. But I need a tree. I like trees. Maybe off this old rock here, there's one old tree that's just trying to make it. He's trying to make a living out here on this rock. This is not the best place to try to survive. Maybe he didn't. Maybe he didn't. Gnarly old tree. His old arms are wiggly. He's really had a hard life. Okay. Yeah. See, that tree has some character. This would be a nice tree for the seagull to come land in. Sit up here and see what's happening. He could check it out. Okay, and take a little more paint thinner. A little bit of that lavender color, but I'm thinning it down too. Very thin, very thin. Just about like ink. And underneath this little wave here, I want to put a dark line. A dark line will separate. And we can see little seaweeds and things through there. But this is how we shape the wave. See how it curves now? You can see through it. It's transparent. And we can see right through that rascal. A little of that dark right along in there. That dark's your good friend right here. It separates once again. There. Something like so. And you just sort of vary these back and forth. I'm going to go into white with the least little touch of the cad yellow. Thin down with paint thinner. Right underneath here, where it's the brightest, we can begin putting some nice, bright, shiny little highlights that are just zinging right through there. See? And you just put those wherever you want them. Something like that. And that's basically how to do a very simple little seascape. Let's take the contact paper off now and see what we have. You never know until you take the paper off whether it's going to work or not. And I think this one turned out pretty good. Pretty good for a quickie. Let's take a little bit of the bright red, a little paint thinner. I think this one's ready for a signature. So we'll just come right down in here and sign this little rascal. Like that. Hope you've enjoyed this one. If you have time, send me a picture of your attempt. I'd love to see what you're doing. And from all of us here, I'd like to wish you happy painting, and God bless, my friend.